Oh, did you use it for something?
Yeah, I must have used it. I think I remember last time being like, oh, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is and use my inspiration and trust that I'll get another one. But I don't remember what it was. It must have been something stupid.
I feel like it's what we usually waste it on.
Yeah, it's the best thing to waste it on is silly things.
I have it marked that I have it, but I don't believe that.
Now you do. Hello. Welcome to Wake of the Fallen Moon.
We're here.
Whose turn is it to do the intro?
Yours, you're the DM.
So, doesn't mean that I should have to do all the work.
That's fair. That is true.
Welcome to Wake of the Fallen Moon. This is our D&D podcast show. I'm a sub.
That's right. Give us the intro, you little bitch.
Last we had left off in our weird little D&D show, the party had traveled and had essentially just landed at Merveille, or the in-world equivalent of Wonderland. You guys arrived here on the back of a giant sea dragon turtle, and were dropped off at Seaside, which is the main port for Merveille, which you found was the port where almost all the houses and buildings seem to be set into like pillars and things that would allow them to kind of like retain their position as the tide like came in and would cause all the buildings to float up and down based on the height of the water. You guys ended up going and found a inn to stay at, which was run by a seemingly giant and animated teddy bear. And you found that there was a lot of weird creatures living around here.
Hell yeah. Stain tried to hit
It's
him.
been Stain for a while, guys.
I know. Listen, it's hard. I do my best.
I do. I can't ask for more.
Stain tried to go out on a date with him. It was a very high DC because he was working. He's a very hard worker.
And a teddy bear.
Do teddy bears not like being cuddled?
Tell us about the social dynamics of teddy bears, Drake.
So wouldn't that be like high up on their social priorities? Cuddling? That's what they were made for.
Apparently, like this town has just straight up plushy people because it wasn't the only one.
True, there was also a bee.
The brothel had a bee or a kangaroo, depending on what you decide.
Always injecting these fetishes into our campaign.
There were some China doll people as well that you saw.
Yeah, like little ones, like China doll sized or regular sized.
About a foot tall.
Oh, that's fun.
So teddy bears are they like teddy bear sized or are they?
No,
big?
This particular teddy bear was extremely tall.
Like when you go to the candy
like
store and they have the massive, like 5 foot tall teddy bear that's just there for some reason, but it's $400.
Yeah.
Right, so this thing is like 7 times the size of Stain. Everything makes way
That's
more
why
sense
he
now.
wanted to cuddle it.
Yeah, no,
He's
sounds
big.
Smother you.
If the plushy person in the brothel is a kangaroo, Stain's gonna sleep, even though he doesn't sleep, inside the pouch. Like a beanbag.
Okay, male
I'm a
kangaroos
joke.
don't have a pouch. That's lady kingers only.
It doesn't have to be a male.
You said him.
It's a plushie. Also, cartoon kangaroo males can have pouches.
They can also identify with whatever gender they want.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially the plushy people, given that they don't have genitalia. Because they're stuffed animals.
Yeah, this one's somehow in the brothel.
You guys were also informed by Alistair, just as a reminder, that there are magical surges that occur when people spellcast here.
All right.
Oh,
level
right.
Potentially.
First level
Fine,
spells and
level
above,
magics.
right?
Yep.
Cantrips
Yeah.
are okay, but anything of first level or higher has a chance to cause magical surge. I didn't explain it in World. I just gave you guys the mechanics meta, but in World, I was sure you would be able to tell people that the surges are kind of on a bit of a gradient scale, so they get more severe and likely the closer to Mount Jub Jub or the Diamond Keep that people get. And then it kind of like fades out from there.
Okay, so there's just a weird aura around them where it's worse.
Yeah, that seems to be where it's like the most severe.
Okay.
But that has no impact on things mechanically because that would be an insane amount of work on my part and just can't be bothered.
Who would do
And
that?
I don't think it would add anything to the mechanics really. But yeah, you guys wake up the next day at your respective sleeping arrangements on Loomis. It is the 6th of Mid-Astus.
Oh my god, a short rest.
I keep
Nice
forgetting
to
when
get a
my
short
birthday
rest.
is. Checking it every session.
I have bad news, guys. I'm gonna be one of the assholes complaining about long rest now.
Oh no.
Because Cosmic Omen is my whole thing, and it's a long rest thing.
There. I feel you. Maybe you'll get an item that fixes that.
It's okay. I'll start using my flash more liberally then. Then we can both complain.
True.
Does anybody need any hit die?
I'm set. I'm topped.
Okay.
Oh wait, hit dice specifically?
No, I mean, just like, was anybody gonna spend any? I don't have a
I
way to
see.
give you hit dice, but I can cook. I might just do it anyway.
I'm
I'm
good.
set. I'm missing 5 HP, and I don't really care that much about 5.
It's a good breakfast anyway.
Yeah, I'll take a good breakfast. Give me some breakfast. What's for breakfast?
It's a 28 breakfast. 28 whole eggs.
28 whole eggs. All right.
Oh. Like what style? Are we just a big scramble? Did you boil them all?
He just told us they're whole.
Whole eggs, okay.
Uh-huh.
Nothing from me again. That's okay.
Are you just fasting when he doesn't make you food, or
No, I find the darkest, tiniest corner to crouch in and eat like ration bars while glaring at the entire party.
Amazing.
There's rice and nori.
So wait, okay. I know you're from this island. Are you from this city?
huh? Uh-uh.
I guess you'd be wherever the palace is, right? Where's the palace?
Epi is way over on the other side of Mount Jub Jub. We won't actually get all the way there. Insect Forest and Nowhere is where we're going to be
I
stopping.
see. So we'll be close.
We'll be close.
Close. Sounds like we probably don't actually want to go all the way there anyway.
No, I really can't go in, so
True. Epi.
I mean,
Epi.
I could.
Wait, are
but-
you one of the... You're also one of the people that is exiled from Kosetsu Jin, right?
Yeah, that was.
Sick. You have like a punch card for exiles?
Probably should set one up. Do
Yeah,
you think if I do 4, I get the 5th free?
There's got to be a program for it. If you could have a free exile from somewhere, where would it, like where do you want to be exiled from?
Let's see.
Hell,
Hell, oh damn.
Oh, can I just pick hell?
Do you just get to pick hell? Yeah.
So do I just get one of the good afterlives, or do I just stop existing?
It's got to be better than hell, though, no matter what it is.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, because existing forever in eternal suffering sounds pretty extreme.
Yeah.
Unless I could escape hell. Can you do that? Is it just a place?
What do I know about the afterlife trait? I feel like I've already done this check at some point, but we'll never know because we don't keep a spreadsheet, or at least I don't. Maybe you grew up. Maybe you learned. I'm still a child who makes the same mistakes I did 10 years ago.
I'm lazy.
I have been keeping a table.
I'm so proud.
I have not updated it in a hot minute though.
That's fair.
But I also don't know if you guys have done a ton of like lore checks recently.
I don't know if we
At
have.
least not like important ones.
Right.
You had gotten a 19 on your afterlife check.
Sounds about right.
So you think that if somebody had like, if somebody was banished from hell, as in hell itself was just like, nah, we can't deal with this guy.
Sure.
They would essentially be trapped in limbo space, which is the land of the dead.
Ah. That sucks. Not as bad as hell, but it still sucks. So it's not like whatever, I forget which zombie movie it is where they come back as zombies because they're out of room in hell. I know there's one of the zombie movies, that's the premise.
I don't remember that. That's a fun premise, I guess.
Yeah, that's a very fun premise.
Yeah.
We should watch it.
I
I
don't
assume it's not good. but-
no, well, I don't know. I was like probably 8 when I have no idea. I just remember there's some zombie movie where that's the premise.
Which some what's the premise?
The premise is that zombies happen because hell is full.
Oh,
And so the souls just get stuck and,
yeah, that sounds familiar.
More importantly, though, the part that I actually wanted to do the lore check about, can you teleport in and out of hell? Is it a plane? I say you royally here because I understand that 6th level magic and 7th level magic is very rare in this world, but are there stories about it?
It's Dawn of the Dead, by the way.
Oh, Dawn of the
19th.
Dead. That does
Yeah.
sound right.
On the 19th, there are definitely stories and like folklore tales that like, this is a magical world, but a myth within this magical world of people
Yeah,
who
like Orpheus
travel-
and your
yeah, who like travel through the land of the dead to reach hell to like reclaim a loved one's soul and that sort of thing.
Sure.
So there are definitely like
yeah.
stories of it. I don't think on a 19 if any are like
True.
factually true, but
True.
people have at least theorized about it, and that there have been cases of resurrection that have actually occurred. You don't necessarily know the in and outs of what that looks like, if people actually do have to travel through hell and like make a bargain, or what the deal is there.
Wonderful. Okay.
I only recently learned that it's pronounced Eurydice. Like
Yeah.
Orpheus and Eurydice. I was like, what? It's got the word dice in it. But I remembered, right. The ancient people.
All right.
Alistair had gotten a 20 on his afterlife check.
Oh?
My general trivia knowledge happened to include.
Yeah. I think
Like
that
a natural 20?
No, it wasn't a natural 20, it was dirty 20. But I think on a dirty 20, Alistair, you would be aware that, like, theoretically, the hells, various afterlives, are all technically planes of existence. So, in theory, somebody who could travel between the planes could choose to travel there. I think you would also be aware that those planes tend to be a little bit more guarded, however. So there may be other things that kind of like, it might be a little bit more difficult than just like casting a plane shift.
Yeah,
There might
makes a
be
lot of
things
sense.
that police it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherworldly beings. Okay.
And double checking, did he get that on Arcana or Religion?
I believe that was probably an Arcana check. I did not write down the specific
Totally
check,
fair.
just what it was.
I am proficient in religion. It might have been a religion check.
Gotcha. Totally fine. I would have botched it on Religion, but I'm an expert in Arcana. But as long as we get the information, either way, I'm fine.
Yeah, I think it would have been a religion check for that.
I dig it. Okay, what's our plan? What's the goal? We travel today? We setting off today? Are we all good? Is everybody rested?
I think I'm good. I've got like a tiny bit of magic missing, but I'm going to lose that no matter what. So
Yeah, kind of the same boat. I'm full on mana, but I only have so many portents.
Yeah, Stain probably returned at some point, just looking quite pleased.
You look like you. What's the opposite of seeing a ghost? What'd you do? Who'd you kill?
slept with a ghost.
That's like
Wait, that's not the.
that's also
opposite.
like completely uninjured, which is weird.
Hmm.
Yeah, that is weird. You're right.
When he goes out and has fun, he usually comes back like super beat up.
Yeah. Normally, when you come back with that dumb grin on your face, you've got like a black eye. What's going on? What happened?
Did you find a helpless old lady to steal from or something?
That's a different look.
What? No. You think I get off and stealing from old lady?
Wouldn't judge you
I
for it.
don't really know. Yeah, maybe.
I don't think so. That hits a different button for him. It's a pleasure in a different way. Probably.
Well, gentleman never shares her secrets.
When the hell did you
Or was
become
it
a
kiss and
gentleman?
tell? You're right. He says nothing more and just goes to the bathroom shower.
Wow! I'm proud of him. Look at him go. He killed somebody.
No, it'd be a different look.
I
He
don't
looks
care.
way
He's saying
too-
nothing because all he did was cuddle.
Aw, that's so wholesome. I can never know about it. I have to continue hating this half. Hating's not the right word. I have to continue pitying this half.
You need to hate him or he'll go away.
Well, that's just too bad, isn't it? Boy, I know we've already dove into this a whole bunch, but the entire... If one of you stays around forever, the other is effectively dead thing really just troubles me. We gotta...
Oh, it's troubling you.
Well, yeah, fair. Good point.
It makes me hate each of
Well,
them a
poor
little
you.
bit because they're keeping the other one from being around.
Yeah, kind of. Some severance.
Which I
Yeah,
guess
eventually you
kind
have
of-
to be
yeah.
on. You have to decide. You have to be a one cap eventually. Gotta just decide which one is okay. You don't mind leaving, or you mind leaving less. Is it the one with abandonment issues?
Why don't they just get like a court order and you can have a lot of the amount of time every week?
Yeah, that's definitely how it works.
Yeah, we want split custody.
Of your body and consciousness.
What if we made a fake body and put one of them into that one? We'd have to pull at random so we don't know who's who.
Straight, have I done a check on moving consciousness in the new bottle or bodies?
Yeah, turned me into a chair.
Yeah, can minds be transferred into other objects and bodies?
What would the moral choice here be? Would you move Stain to a sexless body like a puppet?
I,
Stain has to be the one that moves out because he's the one who's not going to give a shit. He's going to be the one who's okay with being walked over.
so you have done a check on something vaguely adjacent to this, but it has been a hot minute since you have.
You've gotten so much better at magic
I
now.
was to say, we've gotten better at
Yeah,
magic,
I would-
learn more things.
Yeah, I would say that I would let you make this check again if you guys head to like a library or something.
Do they have? Oh,
Do-
this is Merveille. It's very magical. Do they have
Yeah,
magical
do I have a
libraries?
favorite library anywhere?
Maybe not in
Um,
Seaside.
You probably don't, honestly. I
Okay.
don't.
It was in your house, wasn't it? Your rich family has a library.
So, I think the place where you got a lot of your books would have been from Beret. So it would have been all in his house.
Okay.
And then, like, you might have periodically headed out to, like, Nowhere or Seaside and, like, ordered some extra books periodically.
But there wasn't like a library that had books of my liking, really, other than Berets.
Yeah, like, they had smaller libraries that you probably
Mhm.
liked, but they definitely wouldn't have been, like, on a scale that you think would be. They were smaller libraries for smaller towns, but you could go in there and then like ask them to order or like bring in a book for you, and then like a couple weeks later they would have it and rent it out to you.
Do
So
I know
Ali
if-
never encountered like one of those places with ladders that are on wheels.
He would have encountered a larger library of that scale in Riverside, but even that, it was a lot of like fiction and stuff like that, which Alistair would have almost certainly enjoyed. You know,
but not been
like-
useful.
right? It would have been less like historical and like educational material.
Would it be safe to assume that the castles have large libraries to display their value?
Castles almost certainly would, and you know that so Merveille is currently ruled by 3 queens. There are 3 major like capital cities and 3 castles: Calais, Epée, and then Coroner.
Mhm.
Each of which has its own castle. So you know that they would definitely have some kind of a display and like major library there. But you also know that there would probably be decently sized libraries also just within the cities themselves.
We have a few
Do
choices.
the books talk? Do we have like a Lumiere, but in book form, or a Cogsworth? I'm thinking more Beauty and the Beast than Alice in Wonderland. I don't actually know if like
Sure. I mean, we
objects
probably get a bit of
spoke.
everything here. I mean,
Yeah.
Alice in Wonderland should be English by all means, but we made it French because France, Vive la France.
is Jub
I think-
Jub French.
I think Jub Jub's French.
Look it up.
We got a nice mixture of things here. It's just fantasy.
Oh, it's an Alice thing. Never mind. That makes
Oh, yeah.
sense.
That's from, yep.
What's in the
So-
diamond keep? Is that where they keep all the diamonds? Or is the keep made of diamonds?
Or is the former Queen of Diamonds there?
Oh, that makes so much
That would-
more sense.
And to keep not a castle because they have the former Queen of Diamonds trapped.
Mm.
Oh, there's a 4th one.
Then there has to also be a Queen of Clubs, right?
They probably clubbed her to death or executed her some other way.
2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256.
What was that?
A square. I was trying to figure out what the A square was.
The A square?
Yeah, it's 256.
You're such a nerd.
512, 1024, 2048, 4096, 8192.
He's speaking in numbers. Somebody hold him down.
16356. I think that's right. And then I think that's as high as I can go. Let me see. Hey, killing it. It'd be like 32712.
Thing comes out with like a towel around his hips and completely wet. It's like, what the fuck's going on here? Y'all doing dirty nerd talk?
I think he's broken.
It was turning me on a little bit.
Is that doing it for you?
No, not really. But
Good.
Needs an abacus for that.
what would you do with an abbot? Never
It's
mind.
got beads, don't it?
Hmm.
Mm,
Hmm.
mm.
I mean, I'm sure you could find something to do with it, but
I'd have to like disassemble it.
you could like. Nah. I'm good. Let's go.
No, keep going.
No, that's all right.
Oh yeah, you might accidentally say something interesting.
I feel
Oh
like
yeah,
it-
God forbid. I can't be doing that.
So where are we headed?
That's yep. We're trying to figure that out.
We decided.
We want to go to a library. We want to go. I mean, There's one in the Castle of Hearts. That'd probably be our closest one, or Coroner. We could probably stop in Coroner. I'm not banned from there.
Is Corner just a smaller city? What's the difference?
It's the castle's town that Castle of Hearts is in.
Oh, Castle of Hearts is a castle in Corner.
Yes.
This makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Yeah, it's on the way.
Coroner's
Might as
a
well.
weird word, a weird name for a town.
It
What's it
is.
mean here?
Name of a town.
Okay, just the name.
Yeah,
It
no,
sounds.
no fun eating.
It sounds like coroner. You know,
Right, like the dead body person.
you've been there before. Is it weird? Are there bodies everywhere?
No, it's from the wondrous word for to crown, like the act of crowning somebody.
Oh, the
Coronation.
crowner. The crowner.
Yeah.
I get it. That makes sense.
Oh,
That's fun.
Before the Three Queens took over, that was the actual like capital city. It was where the previous royal family lived.
gotcha.
They would meet in the royal forest, hence why that's right there too.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Let's go. It's on the way. We can stop at a library, rest up. That's probably, if I had to guess, probably about a day's journey north of us anyway. That's how cities are usually spaced out.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's a little less than a day's travel.
We're going to travel a day to go to library.
Well, I mean, it's on the way to where we're going anyway, because we're going up
Oh,
north
okay.
through the Tolgi Wood, past the Looking Glass House, over the Hills of Gloom. I'm saying this because it's fun. Past the Field of Flying Elephants, to the middle of nowhere, into the Insect Forest. Try it.
Or actual flying elephants.
Try it. All of these names are so much fun to say.
All right,
They're really good.
We're
I
headed
did
to
not pick
coroner.
any of them.
Yeah, except for Corner. Skip Corner.
Fine, we can't skip corners. We're in a
Well, we have to go north to near the Castle of Hearts, past the Royal Forest, into the Tolgi Wood, through the Looking Glass House, past the Living Flower Maze, down the Hills of Gloom, through the Field of Flying Elephants, and through nowhere, and ending up in the Insect Forest. It is fun.
bulgy wood.
Tolgi. Don't you beat? Oh God,
Is it a hard G or a soft G?
Tolgi.
Tulgi.
Tolgi.
That sounds
Tolgay.
wrong. I'm going to call it Tolgi instead.
Wood. Tolgi's more fun because you can make it bulgy, and I'm not going to be able to not think of that.
The bulgy wood. I did. It infected him.
Well, just between us, so Tomo's been begging to go to the Village of Animals. Can we? Is that she? She won't shut up about
Oh,
it.
so Tomo really wants to go to... It's Tomo that wants to go to the...
Would love to, yeah,
Yeah.
she bothers me.
It's all the way over there.
And I know it's a big. I told her we probably couldn't, but I don't know. Her heart might be broken.
We'd have to go west through the
wonder-
Royal Forest past the Dismal Mire.
We,
That one
like,
doesn't have
rent
as many names
cart
in it.
or
Yeah.
something to help.
Yeah, to Backham.
That's 50 miles. It's
But
100 miles.
think about it though. We could
Totally.
then go to Wits End and take a boat to the Looking Glass House, skipping Tulgi Wood.
Wood of no names is what I get in a brothel. I don't want any of them introducing themselves.
You know, you should open a brothel in Epee named the Wood of No Names, and I'm sure you would do great.
Don't you want to skip the Hills of Gloom?
Yeah, actually, this plan does sound pretty good. If Wits End has... we're at Seaside. If we were going to take a ship, why would we not just get one here? We had the option to do this.
If we do
Well,
that,
I
we
don't
just
think
go
there
to
are any other-
End, then come back, go to Animal Village, and turn back.
Yeah,
It'd be a lot
but the
shorter.
Looking Glass House isn't even the seaside thing. It's like a house, right?
Oh yeah, but you can just take a rowboat to get off the ship.
Yeah.
If they sell it to you.
Well, they typically send somebody out and then they'll row back with it.
Yeah.
But I thought they were cliffs.
That's
If
on
it's
this
cliffs,
side.
it's a problem.
I don't know how many cliffs are around here.
You're going to have to really express to me how seriously you want us to take a 5-day diversion to go to the Village of Animals.
Oh,
Because-
so seriously. If we don't, we don't.
I mean, I kind of want to.
For what
We're
it's
coming
worth,
back
this-
here later.
For what it's worth, this map is fairly this island is fairly small. It would only take you guys about a day and a half to walk to the village of animals.
Oh, that's not
We
bad.
have to.
Oh,
We have to.
well, that's smarter than I thought.
Do they have cool carts that can take
Yeah,
us
like, it's a-
faster? Do they have teddy
Fort-
bears, and ponies?
Fort Giles is 25 miles. Just about a day's
Oh.
travel.
Could we get a carriage that's led by carousel horses? Carousel? Do they have those?
God, I hope so.
What are we?
See,
Oh, go ahead.
Alistair would know that the village of animals is literally just a village of animals. They're just animals that have gained sentience and the ability to speak.
Oh, I'm in. Let's go.
Okay, what do you mean literally just? Okay, that sounds like that's the point.
Right.
I don't get it. We are
Okay.
talking animals.
But I guess when I say literally just, I don't mean that to Alistair's Tunnel. Just not like you're not gonna find carousel horses or like walking teddy bears over there.
Yeah, it's fine.
necessarily.
We're just
It's
going
like
to find a
going to
whole
the zoo.
bunch, like a giant menagerie with all of the animals in the whole world. Yeah, let's go.
Would that count?
Oh,
I did not
yeah,
say that.
That's exactly what God just told us in red text.
Okay, I can see why you want to go there all of a sudden. That
Yeah,
makes
let's go.
sense.
Let's go. It's going to be awesome. I'll bet they'll have a library.
But they
We're
don't have
gonna-
hands to write.
Go see a bunch of talking animals. What are the brothels like?
I don't want to think about
I'm
that.
gonna tell you now. If they listen, if we're going somewhere without a brothel, I'm gonna scream.
Stain. Yeah, that is definitely Stain
It's
behavior.
Dade.
Stain, I need you to swear to me that you do not even look for a brothel at the Village of Talking Animals.
Why they talk?
Okay, you do whatever you want.
If I can get down dirty with a puppet, it's fine.
Did you get down dirty with a puppet? Is that why you were all chipper this morning?
Maybe.
Was there a hand in it?
One hand.
Was
I
there?
think
Oh, God. Okay.
I think he's got no
There a
strings
hand
to
in
hold him
you?
down now.
Hmm.
My guess.
We're just a bunch of like, what do you call insect legs?
Oh, legs.
Ugh.
Yeah, that.
No.
Nope. Out. I'm
Mm-mm,
out.
I'm
Tapping
done. I'm
out.
done.
How many legs?
Big,
How many legs are we
fuzzy
talking?
body. Like 6.
Oh, that's
Ugh.
It's a stinger a leg.
Oh, my God.
Oh,
Why would
no.
you say these words with your mouth?
How else am I gonna say those words?
Oh, it sounds like you found yourself a nice little honeypot last night.
I don't see any stinger.
You know
wounds.
they
I'm
did
worried.
sell honey crumpets.
If they sting you, don't you
I
die.
didn't get stung.
It's venom.
It wasn't a
doesn't
real
always
bee.
kill 'em. It wasn't a. How do you? Okay.
Like a plush animal.
I'm gonna be honest.
Hmm.
I don't want to go to the brothel at the Village of Animals. I just want to know whether or not it exists.
Sure, yeah, okay. On the academic, yeah, I'm interested in that. From a
Probably
distance.
do.
Yeah, it's the world's oldest profession. Like, if there are things that have the concept of money, they'll pay for it.
If the donkey shows
What kind
there,
of
probably
tourist
very
goes somewhere
involved.
and doesn't partake in the brothel?
All right, fine. We're going to the
I've
Village of
done
Animals. and we are-
Tyriku.
We are not
Yeah.
going to the brothel, because that's... You do whatever you want, Stain. I don't care.
I'm kind of glad that Sting
Just thumbs up.
important thing that I said.
Okay, so to be clear, you guys are not going to Coroner to do the library. You're instead going to the Village of Animals.
Yeah, to do the library at the Village of Animals.
Oh, I thought we were going to coroner and then we were going to the village.
Oh,
of
we can do
Animals.
that. I'm down for that. Yeah, it's on the way. We might as well.
Damn, the reverse psychology didn't work. Like, hey, there's a brothel there. I'm going. I thought that was gonna switch everyone to be just like go to corridor
You
and
thought
immediately
that-
go to
You thought you
Tolkien.
could tempt us with a brothel at the Village of Animals?
No, I thought I would turn you away from the village of animals by saying
Oh.
stay would go to a brothel.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah. There's probably also, like, murders and stuff, but, you know, we just avoid those things.
There's also the Dismal Mire. I don't know what brothels are there.
Oh, I'm not going to the Dismal Mire. It's dismal. It's right in the name.
Really depressing.
if I wanted to hide a happy thing, that's where I would put it.
What if it's like ironic?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
What's in Backham?
Bacchum. I'll bet
Who
it's
knows?
bones. I'll bet it's a bony place.
Oh, like the footballer.
God damn it.
There's usually a little less fat in Backham.
Okay.
All right, who's leading the way?
Alistair, you have to make this decision. Follow your heart.
Let's go to corner first. It's right here, and we can do some more, research before we charge off to the Village of Animals.
Perfect.
More research. So this place,
There's a normal
Oh, what
brothel
the
in
fuck?
corner.
define normal.
Merveille normal.
Guys,
Yeah, what's
the
that
village-
mean?
The Village of Animals might have a bathhouse, and it might have little otters swimming around in the water.
Do you think they have cat cafes there too?
Do you
Well,
think
you
they
know
have
they
a whole
have to-
aquatic area for fish?
There's a,
I
like a
hope so.
fountain in the middle square, and that leads into the water portion of the village. It's underneath the fountain.
Oh my god.
Okay, we have to go.
Yeah, we're going.
I just made that up. That's not, if that's a thing, then I just guessed. I've not.
Well,
actually been there.
you've said it.
Never
and you've
been there?
there, so.
I haven't been there.
Shh.
Yeah, he just met him. He's just met talking animals. They're everywhere here, apparently. That just happens to be their village. Kind of
Very
like the
cool.
Konoha of animals.
Yeah, focus there.
The village hidden animals.
Alistair, give me a survival check.
Okay.
Not a high DC.
Probably higher than that.
Probably a little higher than that. Okay. You sort of lead people out of Seaside, and you guys begin to travel up the road up to Coroner. There's a point where you consider trying to take a shortcut, and then you realize that you don't actually know where a shortcut is, and it would be better to stay on the road. As you guys are traveling, the road kind of winds between some hills and things for a little ways. But for those of you not used to Marian landscape, it's very like Dr. Seussy almost.
Dr.
the-
Sussy.
The hills are like weird pastel colors instead of greens. There are some greens periodically, but there's like a lot of pinks and blues and purples. And it's not like they're coated in flowers, it's just that the grass has grown to be this purpley color.
Am I at full mana? I'm at full mana. I cast Speak with Plants. Oh, did I
Are you going to
prepare it?
ask
Hang
this
on.
grass why they're purple?
Yeah, I didn't prepare it today, but tomorrow I'm going to figure out what these wacky plants are like.
You want to just collect a few?
Well,
Put them in a pot?
I don't want to be wasteful.
if
Maybe.
you cut them, they just start screaming.
Well, you don't gotta cut them. You gotta pull them out by the root and then abduct them, I guess.
And then you start talking to
If
them, and,
that's what you're
and
gonna
they
do.
just scream, "Put me back!"
Do you think they're just constantly singing in unison at all times?
I hope
Like
so.
like a fairy tale?
That would make sense. I hope so. Can't say I've ever talked to grass or flowers here. Well, wait.
Well,
Maybe.
Tomorrow morning we're talking to grass.
Wait, what you gotta learn from the grass?
Happy 421, everyone.
You can
learn
all
a
lot
sorts of
from-
things from it. Yeah,
Learn a lot from consulting grass.
Yesterday was a palindrome.
true.
It
Sure.
was.
True.
And that's the only thing special about it.
Yep. Definitely.
Whole bunch of numbers.
Yeah, I'm still pretty high from my palindrome day celebration.
Mm-hmm.
I woke up and I'm like, oh my god,
Also-
how?
It was not a palindrome.
But yeah, it was.
Not
It
in
wasn't.
normal.
Oh, right, not in
Dates.
like normal places. In America, it was a palindrome.
No, it wasn't.
But yeah, it is.
4202024.
Where are you getting 4-2?
Like 420, 4/2.
4-2-0. Well, it should be 0420.
Who writes
Why would you put an O at the beginning? Yeah, that's
Who
just an
does-
extra digit I don't need to put.
Who does that?
The only time you do that is if you're filling out like an online form.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Maybe.
if you're, or like
Insanely.
in January and February, so someone doesn't come and change it to like November/December. I guess if you're really worried about it, you could put a 0. But if someone puts a 1 before your 4, there is no 14th month.
Right, but you always fill out the 0.
I'm with Philo. I only ever put that 0 if the online form literally makes me.
Right, which they all do.
But also, nobody says 0420 when they're talking about 420. They just say 420.
It's wild. You're all wrong.
I will admit,
Weak.
American date system is wrong, but you know.
Yeah,
You guys are
here's
so
a
wrong
weak
that I'm gonna
culture's
go get a
whacked.
drink.
Let's go.
Oh no. Now we're in
So
corner, and I don't know what to do research on.
let me get this straight. We're here in corner.
Oh, did we make it there?
I don't know what you got. You're in the library. Apparently, like there's still a shortcut, right?
Yeah, for the record, I would love to see a library. I've only been in one library my entire life, and it was on a crazy woman's.
Can you
ship.
speak Mervean?
Well enough. No,
Yeah, this shit's probably in Mervean, right?
it might be. You're right. We'll have translations.
It's okay.
Yeah, I can help.
Your boyfriend can translate for you.
True. Can you help me translate some books if I find any that are useful?
Yeah, I can help you.
Okay. But yeah, no, I mean, everything that I know about magic came from a collection of about 200 books in a crazy old woman's ship, and if there are more books out here, I would love to see them.
Yeah, of course there are more books.
Does it fuck you up that crazy old woman was right?
Yeah. Yeah, it sure does. Every day of my life it does, yeah.
And now you're like super powerful.
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean, you're the best spellcaster I've seen, other than witches who are cheating.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. It makes me wonder if craziness is kind of inherent to becoming good at magic. And that worries me.
You think every crazy person you come across who mutters to themselves in the street are secretly wizards?
No, I think the inverse. I think that every wizard we found who is capable of casting high-level magic is crazy. Except me, and the mathematician in me looks at that and says, no way that's true. That's not how this works.
Oh yeah, you're special.
Right, exactly. Special doesn't
mean-
exist. Nobody's special.
There's the phrase 1 in a million, right? I mean, you could be that one. It's not statistically likely, but it's possible.
What's a million? Some Mervean word.
No, million is a common word, Stain.
Where?
It's 1,000,000.
You should have said thousand.
Well, that takes too long, so we say a million. It actually comes from Wondrous to begin with, Miles.
You're fucking with me. Making up words.
Huh, didn't know you knew that.
It's math shit.
Math shit. I think we're about there. Right, God? I saw you rolling dice.
Seeing if you guys encountered anything on the way. But
16 wolves.
yeah, 16 d6 wolves show up.
Let's go.
That's so many.
I cast one AoE and they all die.
There are too many squares.
I've got Icy Ring. We can all fit inside.
61 wolves.
61 wolves.
I promise you guys,
61.
we would win an encounter against 61 wolves.
I don't know about that. Depends on
Promise.
if they go for before you or
Yeah,
not.
if they go first, they just tear our shit up.
Yeah, that's true.
It depends on who they
Six-
go after. Some of us probably they can't
There's
hit.
61 wolves.
Yeah, but unless they
Yeah,
have a
depends.
+3, they can't really hit me.
Yeah, right, like
Here's
some
the
of them
thing,
are going to
after the
20
f-
their initiative.
Oh,
After
that
the
was
first
attacks,
few, they all have. Yeah.
right, and they all have.
Here's the thing: the first few, yeah, they all have
Oh, right,
advantage.
attack
Is the thing.
tactics.
Right, because
That
pack
does help.
tactics and the prone on their bite attack. The important number is what do I roll on initiative?
What do you roll initiative?
Bad.
Uh-oh.
They fuck your shit up.
Yeah, they probably did. I could
Could you?
throw a cosmic
Where
omen on
did
that.
61 wolves
Yeah,
come
actually,
from?
so if we saw 61 wolves on the horizon, then I would throw on a cosmic
I would
omen
just run.
for a 12, and then we'd flash that to a 17.
Mhm.
I would
If
burn
I-
initiative, or I would burn inspiration
See,
for one more roll. Yeah,
I don't know about you. If I saw 61,
27
if
on
I
numbers.
saw 61 wolves, I'd climb a tree
Tree's not a bad
and just wait.
Wolves can't
Listen,
claim
the,
trees.
the more you argue about being able to take on those wolves, the closer they get.
Bring it. Am I getting
Exactly.
experience for this fight? Let's go.
We're on
No.
Masters, not experience.
Experience.
Everybody knows that's the correct way to do this.
True.
Wow, look at that! It rolled 61, which is the number of wolves. 1 damage for every wolf.
7 crits and does 61 damage.
I would have lived through it.
Same. The important thing is his icy ring down.
That kills
The
me
point
if it is.
The point is, you guys get through, are able to follow the road just fine. There's nothing crazy happens. You guys do, for the record, do encounter various strange things that you guys are kind of like foreign to most of you, but nothing that is like deadly or dangerous. Nothing. No one comes up and bothers you or anything. But you see some like strange birds flying through the area. There are weird plants that you've never seen before.
Do I see like 6-legged pink elephants like I was promised?
not
No,
there yet.
not here.
Okay, gotcha.
On the way, this is on the way to corner, right?
Yes.
Hey, Nara. What do you think these animals taste like?
I'm not sure.
You're a hunter.
Depends on the animal.
Which one of them are edible?
I
mean-
most things are edible.
And if they talk, I'm gonna feel right to eat them. To be honest.
Well, naturally, don't kill something that talks.
Except for plants. Those are okay for some reason. Because we don't understand their language.
We've talked to plants before.
We get the ability to talk.
Gotta eat to live, gotta kill to eat.
Kind of
Circle of
fucked up
life.
that every time Jupe eats
I
It's
absolutely
really-
disagree.
salad, he talks to plants first.
Oh, I don't
Giving
leave the
them
spell on when I eat
sentience.
a salad. That would be super weird.
That'd be weird.
Yeah, oh no, not leave it on. You precast it before eating a salad, so you can hear the screams.
No, that's sadistic.
A creature that must harm or kill to survive is called a parasite.
Or a hunter?
Yeah, or a natural like predator, like a carnivore.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
In common, parasite usually implies that you are like draining from an ongoing living thing, like a tick.
Yeah, like there's a host is involved in a parasite.
Yeah. In fact, it's important to them that they don't kill their target.
Like that tick that we just did on the dragon turtle.
True.
How did that tick taste like?
Oh, I didn't. We're not eating that tick. That's gross.
I
But
mean, I
it
still
was
have
like,
it.
Guys, I'm not eating that tick. You guys do whatever you want. I'm not eating the tick.
But what if it cures you?
If you can prove to me that it will cure me, I'll eat the tick.
What about these really big blue caterpillars? I think if you skewer them and roasted them, they'd be pretty good.
Can you prove that it won't?
It might be good,
They
but I'm
might
not
wanna
eating it.
glaze it. No? Okay.
Oh my god.
You guys are missing the point here. I can't taste shit to begin with. Why would I eat something that has a gross texture on top of it?
It's crunchy. Well, it might be crunchy.
No, that is a living, beautiful creature.
Like an
It's
eggplant
dead.
or grass or
There's
romaine
some-
How
lettuce.
would you feel
There's
if
so
I
many
spit
bugs in this
roasted you?
Probably nothing. I'd be dead.
Yeah, he has a point. Also, Kohaku, there are more insects than there are people. I think we can eat a few of them and they'll be fine. It's how the ecosystem works.
See that Biscuit has found a new person to deep dive on.
This is an old one, actually. The meat eating thing, I think, came out pretty early.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I knew that, but I feel like this is the result of him potentially having found a certain individual.
Oh,
Recently.
I see.
Oh.
Interesting.
A recent individual. Did he meet Gordon Ramsay? What's going on?
Tomo's here and Tomo's
I also
vegetarian,
have no
so
idea.
Okay, never mind then.
Tomo's vegetarian?
I assume she was.
No,
What?
But she's a
Yeah.
cat.
No?
she's
Hmm.
tabaxi.
Oh, right.
Hell, even rabbits aren't vegetarian. Herbivores eat meat when they can, and it's free.
Tree.
It is more calorie dense.
Sometimes meat has like vitamins that they need, like iron or calcium. You know.
Some things must eat meat to survive.
Like me, I have to eat it.
Well, it's a good thing we got here safe.
Yeah, I almost took a shortcut, and I don't think we needed it.
There's a shortcut. It's just like it's a straight line.
You know,
There was a road.
How much shorter is it gonna be in the
Oh,
shortcut?
let me
Like
tell
we go
you.
underground, maybe?
Hey, that's not necessarily true.
Also, let me tell you,
Ah,
this is
right.
not a straight line. As somebody who frequently travels in real straight lines, you guys are wasting so much time on land. Unbelievable how much time you guys waste going around bends and up and down hills.
I'm sorry we can't be as efficient as you, but what about
Oh,
storms?
It's
and
fine. I'm not blaming you.
currents?
You know,
This
we're all
coming
wasting
from
time
like
compared to
scales on-
space.
Straight lines projected over the surface of a sphere.
True.
Come on, straight lines. I don't think you.
You know who doesn't waste any time? The moon. Perfect path. Start
Birds.
to finish. Birds kind of too, yeah, although they have to deal with air.
I guess the moon is always.
Well, without air, they can't breathe.
The moons don't have to breathe.
So we'll have to work on not breathing first, and then. I'm sure there are other limitations to space. It's cold, right?
I don't know if we know the answer to that. I would have my
Well,
guess.
duh. The higher up you are, the colder it is.
Yeah, my guess is that it's probably very cold up there. You
Oh,
go
yes,
up a
of
mountain,
course.
it's cold.
Look how close he
course.
is to the sun.
Of course, space
Unless
is
the sun
cold.
is out, then it's hot.
Sorry, sheesh.
It's okay. I'm just to make a dumb joke.
I'm gonna do a thermodynamics check. Give me a second.
Of course, space is cold. The moon is made of cheese. If it wasn't cold up there, the moon would go bad. It'd just get all spoiled and melt all over the place.
It's common sense. We can't smell the moon, so obviously it's cold.
How do we know the moon isn't fondue?
Because then when it moved, it would just turn into a blob and look more like a comet than the moon.
That'd be prettier.
It would be cool just to have a constant comet going around your planet.
I think if it were fondue, it would have melted down to us by now, right?
Well, one of them did, and it solidified when it got here,
Oh, that's true.
which indicates that it's hotter up there than it is down here
Mmm.
due to being
My-
closer to the sun.
My God, you're a genius, Koak.
How are we closer to the sun and the moon?
No, the moon is closer.
That
to
makes
the
sense.
Oh, okay.
Well, it depends on.
That's why they're melting.
You know what? Sure, the moon is closer to the sun.
Yeah.
Hey, do we?
Is this blasphemous, Jupe?
It's not blasphemous. It's just wrong.
Good.
Hey, do we still have any of those +1
It's-
moonstone weapons?
It was only wrong half the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Do we still have any of those moonstone weapons?
I thought we sold them, but I thought we had popped out some of the
I
moonstones.
don't think we have.
Party
I
loot.
don't know if we can remove moonstones.
I don't want to remove the moonstone. I just want to flavor one of them, or have our blacksmith friend make one of them into just like a cheese carving knife kit. It's very fitting.
If you use our moonstones to make a cheese knife carving kit, I will A, be very happy for you and excited, and B, we will split the cost of that moonstone amongst the 5 of ourselves, and you'll pay us.
My
Ain't
people
no one using
died
these.
for these moonstone.
Oh, that might be true. You know what? Fine, you can have your cheese moonstone things. But we sold them.
Thank you. Oh no.
Yeah,
Did we? We sold them?
we did. They're in the recently sold list on the party loot.
Oh, neat. Okay, cool.
If we find some more moonstones, I could make you your fancy cheese set.
Bless.
We'll have to find
What
the
would-
fancy cheese knives for me to put it in, because I probably can't make the cheese knives, but...
You can't?
Wait. Do I have blacksmith tools? I can't remember which ones I've got.
If not, I could.
Oh, I do. I totally have it. Yeah,
Okay.
I could. You'd have to find
You
it.
made your armor,
Right.
right?
I've been wearing this new mithril armor that I didn't make for a while. Maybe I should, like, not remake it, but customize it
I thought it already was.
more. I need to customize it more.
More, I gotcha.
I'll think about it.
So what
Anyway,
animals
yeah.
can we eat on the way there?
What animals can we eat?
Yeah.
I guess before you kill anything, you're supposed to talk to it to make sure it can't talk.
Hey,
It's something kind of difficult.
can you understand? And they're like, bonjour, and we're like, I can't talk, kill it.
Bon dia.
I wonder if sentient animals ring up to magic any differently than regular animals do.
Are they magic
I don't know.
or natural?
I'm sure there are probably some of both. What's his name? What's my cool familiar who I love very much? His name starts with an E. Egbay. I'm sure Egbay rings up as entirely magical because I conjured him from magic, but parrots aren't magical.
Man, I guess you just can't eat parrots because it's hard to tell.
Oh no, we eat the fuck out of parrots.
Do we? But how do you know if they're sentient or not?
But they're so expensive, right?
Yeah, but you know, like when they're getting old.
Hmm.
You like old meat? I guess it works.
Those aren't quite the words that I would have used.
Because they're true? You like old meat.
No, I don't like old meat. Stop telling me.
Would you eat Astra?
No. Oh.
Yeah.
I hang on. What is the? How can I get you as
Yeah,
far
good.
away from me as fast as possible? Let me check my prepared spells. Give me a second.
I like finely aged meat.
So you guys arrive at Coroner.
Not before I polymorph Stain. Stain, give me a wisdom save.
Let's go.
I'm burning a 4th level slot on this. Damn it.
Roll a d100.
Oh shit.
You
Shit.
immediately cast 4th level magic because Stain annoyed him.
She did 5 or higher.
This is the first.
Shit.
This is the. It's on D100. You'll be fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh,
That is so low, though. That is so.
real
That was
low.
so low.
I didn't want to say anything until he committed to casting.
I appreciate it.
Jade, what are the effect when he casts this spell? What does it look like?
I mean, you save from it, so he casts some magic, and there is like a little bit more like sparking when you cast the spell. Like after the spell is released, there is just like a slight bit of extra like crackle to the air.
Right.
But other than that, nothing strange happens.
Okay, thank God. Yeah, I like point towards you, and for a moment there's like a ribbit that comes up out of your throat, and then it fails, and then I look down at my hand like, oh shit, right, sorry,
Yeah.
right.
That's good training for you.
Oh, right. Okay. Listen, can you just not talk about Astra like that ever again, though? That's gross. That's gross.
It's fine. I'll write fan fiction. It'll be fine.
You're writing fan fiction.
It's not going to be well written.
No, I know it's not going to be well written. That's not what I asked. I asked why you're writing it.
Because it's fun. It's another low roll. Who else casts magic?
Oh man, he's gonna make erotic fan fiction, and then the other one's gonna be carrying it around, having no idea what he's carrying because he can't read.
Yeah, hypothetically, what if instead of a D100, it was a D20?
I mean, hypothetically, it would happen more often, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like it would happen.
that would kill everyone.
It would. I think it would stop being fun.
Roll a D20. Let's see if it happens. It's fun, just out of curiosity. So the 4th level spell, you just have to roll 5 or higher on the D20.
It's also partly like if it was happening that frequently, it was like a 1 in
This
20
place would not
chance.
work.
Right, like people wouldn't be able to live here. Like
It's true.
I will indulge you with your hypothetical D20.
Yeah, I just want to see the hypothetical.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, see, you would have been fine. Someone out there probably exploded.
But yeah, you guys arrive at Coroner. You kind of come over a couple of hills. You can see that the terrain is starting to like elevate pretty significantly as you start to get closer to the mountains. And even though the terrain that you're on is relatively like flat compared to itself, it is like on an incline that is a gradual incline up towards the mountains. And as you get closer, you can see that there's the grass in this area starts to fade from this like the like blues and purples along the coast to this kind of like a bluey green, and then it starts to get to a more vibrant green, but there's like a hatched, almost checkerboard pattern to the way that the grass has been either cultivated or has just grown naturally. It's hard to tell.
Love that.
And there's a large kind of white brick bridge that crosses over to a very big white wall of brick with kind of like a red shingled kind of overhanging roof that protects it. And beyond that, you can see it appears to be a very large town filled with several spiraling towers and tall, sort of like, oh shoot, what's the art era that I'm thinking of? I've had Art Deco on my brain, and
Right.
Nouveau?
That's all I can think of is Art
Is it
Deco.
Nouveau?
Arches.
no, it's not Nouveau. It's the
yeah.
really like pastel-y Marie Antoinette era.
Oh,
Oh, the Lisa Frank. No.
It's like a lot of pastels.
Rococo?
Rococo, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I said a random word.
It's a very Rococo aesthetic to all of the buildings, but there's a strong emphasis on like the red and whites and some like subtle pinks to everything.
love that. Love that.
Very pretty.
This sounds like my grandmother's curio cabinet.
Yeah, it definitely has some like grandma curio, like oh, I've walked into this house that has not been updated in 70 years.
The
type
people,
of,
the people here
aesthetic.
just look like those precious memories figurines.
Yeah.
Mm.
They got the big heads and the droopy eyes and everything.
Yeah, the
Something
big
with water.
like cupcake skirts.
There's
Yeah.
there's like 18 Miss Muffets on this street alone.
At least. As you guys start to approach, though, you do see that there are a couple of. You wouldn't even call them people, really, but as you approach, you see that there are these appear to be like golems of some kind, but they seem to have been made out of this like folded cardstock. They all have spears and helmets made out of this cardstock with hearts kind of emblazoned upon them.
Are those like card people?
I don't think
Yeah.
Stain has ever seen anything this magical before, and he's like super curious about it. And he's like, Allie, what's going on over there? Those people? Kind of like the plushies?
Yeah, they're the guards for the Castle of Hearts. I believe the other queens also have card guards, but
Card
The other,
guards.
no.
the other queens have
Oh,
the
right,
chess pieces.
It's kind of like the chess pieces.
Allie, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Why are you so normal?
True.
He's normal.
Compared to this?
I mean, I had to be adjusted for the mainland, I guess.
Yeah, but like, and don't get me wrong, I'm glad that you're normal. It would be difficult to make what we do happen if you were made out of cardstock, but it seems like 90% of the things we're surrounded by here are made out of teddy bear or cardstock or purple. You were born here? Your family's from here?
I was born here, yeah. I always assumed we were from here.
Huh.
You might have been
Hadn't given
adopted.
hadn't given it a ton of thought.
It's not a bad thing. I just am curious if there's a story to this, or if there's like a place around here where there's a lot of normal people, or
You keep using the word normal. Like that isn't normal here, you're the weirdo.
no, I agree that normal is relative and ultimately not even desirable, but it is still a useful word that we can use. In the majority of the world, this would not be normal.
For what it's worth, there are like a good amount of just like tabaxi
Regular.
humans
Okay.
and stuff walking around. The main reason that I'm pointing these out is just because they stand out to all of you. But a good chunk of the population is just like humans and tabaxi and a couple of like Harengun and other individuals like that.
Use the regular term, Jupe. It's freaks.
Freaks and good, wholesome people with good morals. If you're not normal, you're a sinner.
Then you get executed.
Oh, that almost happened to you.
Well, it was going to, and then the whole executioner got executed thing happened.
An executioner must have been hella freaky.
He liked his day job, I think. Which I guess makes him a little freaky.
Is it better than an executioner likes doing their job? I feel like they get really sad if they don't.
I don't know which is better.
Maybe
Yeah.
that they don't care, right?
Yeah.
The best outcome is they
It's
don't. It's just a
attachment.
job.
Boy, I don't know if that is best, because you want them to care. I think the idea is that you want them to have empathy, but also to have the resilience to understand that what they're doing needs to be done.
And a sense of justice. Okay, yeah. But yeah, those card guards, probably similar level of pain in the ass as the chess piece guards.
Right, that was going to be my follow-up, is are they a problem? We shouldn't interact with them?
I don't
Should
think
we
they'll
not
attack us
talk?
on sight or anything.
Okay.
Are they listening to us? Do we
mean,
not
I
say
wouldn't-
secrets around them?
But I wouldn't plot anything within earshot.
Can they talk?
Can they talk straight?
I don't think you've ever heard them talk.
I've never heard them talk, but I've also never talked to one.
They seem like the sort of people that would just go, hup, 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 and that's it.
Yeah, I could see
I guess
magic
that's
making him
talking,
do
yeah.
that. Just a repetitive noise.
Maybe a little ooh oh.
Yeah, I can see that.
And there's no Emerald City on this map.
How do you people wear these tight pants?
I wear very baggy pants for exactly that reason. I don't understand how they do it.
They're either tight or like really poofy.
They're all the way up to my navel. They're tight.
So a lot of the pants here are like a really unpleasant combination of both far too tight and far too loose, because it's like really loose and puffy around the thighs, but then it's like hugs the calves like
Oh.
skin tight,
The
and then
worst.
around the waist as well.
It keeps them up, but lets your junk have room.
That is important. That's true.
But it hides the junk. Where's the curve?
You just imagine the junk, and then when you see it, it's that much more fun.
All right. Everything here is imaginary, including the junk.
On some creatures, I guess your bee didn't have junk, or I imagine it didn't.
True. I hope not.
They didn't.
You guys hear Stain sneeze?
Achoo!
No, you don't actually sneeze. You
Oh.
just hear a sneeze.
Just
from
hear him
Stain.
sneeze.
Bless you.
Oh, that's just the sound effect then. I didn't do nothing.
You just sneezed.
What? No.
There's another sneeze from your pocket, Stain.
He pulls probably like from his belt pouch. Some.
I think your nipple has allergies.
You see Tropy is there, and he's got a runny nose.
Oh no! You're sick! Oh, what do I do?
Hang on. Are you sick or do you have allergies?
What's the difference?
I can cure one and I can't cure the other.
This doesn't happen in Spirits, Jupe. Something's wrong.
Maybe.
You could try curing me.
I could, but you're not going to fool me twice, you devil. Get thee behind me.
Can I pull out the magical living mortar and pestle that I stole from a bunch of witches and see if they're sick?
Yes, actually, you pull up Pumpkin.
All right, they're still around.
I forgot about Pumpkin. Yeah, Pumpkin also is sneezing. Just a real, like, quiet, high-pitched little...
Do you hear like a little tink tink every time?
Yeah, a little pestle, like, shaking around in the mortar.
Is Petty Saw sneezing too?
Petty Saw is not.
It's inanimate things.
But they're both animate.
Well, but they're inorganic.
Oh, okay.
What about goldfish? Can goldfish sneeze?
You pull Goldfish out, and I believe Goldfish also...
Goldfish has turned into pure snot.
Give me a D20 for Goldfish.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Yes, Goldfish is also sneezing a bit.
Oh no.
He's not like sneezing hard, but he seems a little bit more a droopy than usual.
Is this normal? Do things normally sneeze around the city?
Well, I've not had goldfish before. I don't know. Arcana? Is there like a mana sickness or something?
Sure, you could give me either Arcana or a history check would also be appropriate here.
I'm guessing this is regional, so I will not get it, but I'm going to roll it in case it's a general thing.
Damn, 32, Ali. Damn, natural
Damn,
20,
okay.
Jupe.
Actually, Kohaku can also give me one
Hell yeah.
for reasons.
Don't know what you expected.
Do you have religion, Kohaku?
Oh, it's going to be spirit.
Oh, yeah,
spirit
whatever.
stuff.
What's the bonus to it again?
Wait, no, I don't have religion. I only have Tyrekian religion.
That works.
Oh.
There you go.
Well, your first roll was a 6. That would be a 10 at least.
And lore would make it more specific, right? So
Oh yeah, 15.
Cool. I'm gonna add this to my goddamn chart.
You did it. You remembered.
We did it. We're back.
My knowledge of the Fae doesn't apply here, yeah?
You can. I'm gonna say you could give me a check. It's gonna be very hard for you.
Yeah, that's fair. Wow, I rolled so fucking high. That's naturally.
Fucking 32. Goddamn.
Look at him. He's so smart. Why is that breakfast burrito so big?
I don't know. The same reason I put an apostrophe in its. Wait, it's is right. No, I think that's right. I'm so bad with its.
No, there shouldn't
Oh,
be the
same.
apostrophe there. Although in this case it might be correct because you're saying the burrito, it is sheer mass.
I can't handle it is sheer mass.
I can't handle. It is sheer mass. Too much breakfast.
Too much breakfast.
You got the big boy breakfast. For growing boys.
I don't think I'm growing anymore at this point. I think I'm actually I'm past the point where I would keep growing. So
That's because you don't eat enough broccoli.
So
I had broccoli with my pizza yesterday. Thank you.
So Alistair and Jupiter, you both can get this from in different ways, but you kind of both come to a similar conclusion. Jupiter, there was a point where you were studying. You were studying with Alistair when you were younger, and there was a point where she was talking about the kind of the mana and ether cycle and how material beings use mana, and when mana is expended, it turns into ether, and ether is then used by spirits, and that turns it back into mana. And there's a kind of symbiotic relationship between spirits and material beings that maintains the balance of ether and mana.
Right.
And as she was talking about that, there was a point where she talked about if there are sometimes there are situations where either there are too few material beings or sources of material or sources of mana being used, or vice versa. And in those cases of imbalance, it can cause kind of like weird things to occur. And somebody in your class actually asked, like, well, why wouldn't there be enough spirits in the area? And Astro had mentioned that there were certain regions and particularly certain minerals that a lot of spirits find unpleasant to be around.
Okay. They have a rock allergy around here.
Essentially, Alistair, you would know a little bit further just because you are from here. You would know that there are certain minerals in the ground, especially around like Mount Jub Jub and the Diamond Keep, and really just like throughout Merveille's structure in general, that a lot of spirits, not all, but many, find kind of like unpleasant. They have a bit of an allergy to. So because of that, there's a lot less, there are a lot less spirits in the area, and because there's less spirits in the area, it means that there is an overabundance of ether in the area, and that is one of the contributing factors that has caused that causes all the wild magic surges.
Oh.
Interesting.
Are they having like tiny little micro wild surges inside them?
Not so much. It's just that there is like, so for you guys know that like mana burn happens when a creature has too much mana in their system, because mana is like toxic in large quantities, and kind of, it's not similarly, but at this point, spirits don't really run into the same issue with ether as much. Like, spirits can kind of take on as much ether as they want. So you think that there's just kind of like, they're just kind of allergic to something around here. It's like somebody with a bad like cat allergy walking into a room with a bunch of cats.
I feel it. I feel it in my chest.
Yeah.
And I know the exact feeling. I'm gonna die.
You have a cat allergy?
I do.
Allergic to yourself.
I am. I banned every other cat from my bedroom other than me. I can only handle my own dander. And Jupes. I can handle Jupes' dander. That's fine.
Jupe doesn't have dander.
He doesn't have dander. He's
like,
yeah.
I'm weird.
oh wait, he's not Sphinx. He might.
It's true. I do have,
might have a
little
little
bit
bit.
of curly like fuzz.
Probably still mostly hypoallergenic though.
Yeah, probably.
And that's why it works for you guys. Isn't that cute?
It is very cute.
Aw.
Our Devon Rex is hyperallergenic.
Chicken. Are you allergic to Nara then? Or no, because he's like half.
I think the dragon, the heat from the dragon kills the dander or something. Well, I can be around
Do
Nara.
you have dander, Nara?
A little bit, I think.
But we're gonna have to scrub you.
I could do that.
Bathhouse, boys. We need to find a bathhouse.
Yeah, if we take baths frequently, it's fine.
Well, first we got to be the bookstore boys.
Bookstore.
The other thing that Alistair would get on a 32 is that, so this is, to be very clear about this is not a fixable problem in the world. Like, this is something that has occurred over like literally centuries of slow development, and it would take a similar amount of time for things to get back into balance. But essentially, when there's a huge imbalance of ether and mana, like there is in Merveille, it causes things to kind of like, the geography tries to kind of like correct itself, right? In that, like, you can't fight Mother Nature, like it's going to win kind of a way. What happens is that when there's too much ether, it causes mana crystals to form. Essentially to kind of balance it out. So the raw form of mana starts to kind of form in various geographical locations.
That won't form inside people, right? Like gallstones?
No. It's something that happens like very slowly. So the things that it's called when it comes in its physical forms are things like Aquavita, Terra Umbra, Ventus Intersis, and Ignis Lux.
Oh,
Are
right.
the four kind of like primary physical forms of mana.
Oh.
Very
remember these.
rare, but they form pretty frequently throughout Merveille. It's an attempt to kind of like balance that natural structure.
Are those are valuable, right?
They're quite valuable, and Alistair would know that they are. They frequently form around Mount Jub Jub and the Diamond Keep, which are where they are also frequently like harvested and mined.
The Diamond Keep is both. It is both the Queen of
Both.
Diamonds, and there's a bunch of diamonds, which keep the spirits away, which means the mana doesn't get converted from ether back into mana fast enough, which causes Stillstone to grow.
It's weird that there are not enough spirits here. You'd think that because there's so much ether, this place would flock with spirits.
Normally it would, but because there's so many diamonds, the spirits are allergic to it.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's not great here.
I'm sorry, Trophy. We gotta get out of here soon.
Well, the
You have
Tulgi-
an antihistamine.
What?
What the fuck is an antihistamine?
Would I know that with alchemist tools?
Give me an alchemy check.
Actually,
Almost certainly, but
I have no idea
history.
how old these are.
yeah. On a 29, you would be aware that at least Grinding Dyna would have had definitely some herbal remedies that maybe she wouldn't have called them antihistamines, but
Mm-hmm.
you would know something that would help with congestion and reduce like snot buildup and help people breathe.
Okay.
I got like Yell Vicks.
Essentially, she had like a paste that she would. It's like a very strong smelling paste that she could rub on people's chests or whatever and clear out their sinuses.
Could I find the ingredients to make that here and then make them in pumpkin, therefore giving them to pumpkin and then give them to other people?
On a 29, absolutely.
Cool. I think I could help clear this up a little bit.
Just
We'll
gonna-
have to reapply it every once in a while, but Granny Dinah had a remedy that'll probably work.
Just gotta crush up some witch hazel and menthol.
I've watched so much Dungeon Meshi that I imagined this
Oh, yeah.
in that format.
Yep.
First, you put in the medicinal herbs and
My brain structure
Right
has
into
been
a proper-
irreversibly altered now.
Yep.
I will always give a shit about crafting, and I will hear it in that, like, educational tone.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
any
good.
character could talk educationally. Like in Ali's voice.
Okay, well, first we take this. I don't know what would go in this, so but I'm struggling. Let's see.
So you
You're
got
welcome. You're welcome to make
I like
whatever
kinda hole in
you
this
think would
gourd.
be. Witch hazel and menthol seems pretty good.
Natural antihistamines are including ginger and turmeric too, so we're gonna add that all of these up in here.
Yeah, ginger would be very good.
So ginger and menthol, we're gonna have a real interesting smell here, but it'll work, I swear.
Oh yeah, that'll definitely clear up your sinuses.
Yep, it'll
Yep.
definitely clear them out.
Love that. Can I get some of that?
Put some fresh garlic in there too.
Just for fun.
It's just for fun. It's just
Oh,
some
oh,
ginger
oh,
and
I just like
garlic,
ginger.
turmeric.
Ginger, garlic, some witch hazel, some menthol. Get some like horseradish too.
We have to chop the horseradish up finally, I imagine.
Would wasabi help? I've got wasabi.
If you have wasabi, we're just mixing all the stuff in here.
Oh, it's just spice, right? You're just mixing
We're just
spice.
mixing up all the weird, terrible spices that'll clear up anything you got going on.
No, definitely
No,
don't grind any
don't do
diamond and
that.
pumpkin.
I think that would either kill pumpkin.
But what good is a magical mortar if you can't grind things you ordinarily can't grind in them?
If you're just looking for strong aromatics, I think I've got some bonito flakes I could put in there.
Ugh.
Also, to be very clear, they aren't actually allergic to diamond specifically. There's a specific type of metal in the earth.
Yeah, it's the special elemental crystals.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, let's take all those, chop them up real good, put them in pumpkin, grind them up into this terrible, terrible goopy paste. Smear a little bit under. God, you probably don't want to put it under your nose. You might pass out. Probably put it on your chest. A Trophy's case, I guess.
Trophy
doesn't
does
really
Trophy
have
have
a
a chest just underneath his head?
Kind of
That's also
Looks-
between his legs, technically.
lifts up the little like star shard that he's got and lets you put some of this stuff on his chest.
There we go, liberal just.
Takes a big old breath in. It is a little better.
Thanks, Allie.
Yeah, no problem. We'll probably want to reapply that every few hours, but it should help a little bit. Okay. So that's taken care of. Do we want to hit up that library while we're here and then figure out where we're going?
All right, tell you what, you're all a bunch of book house boys. Is that what you called it?
I think we're doing bookshop boys.
Yeah, Bookshop
Biblioteca
Boys.
boys.
Biblioteca boys. There we go.
It just
Attaboy.
it just doesn't roll as
Oh, it goes great.
It rolls real well.
Biblioteca Boys.
Los hermanos biblioteca. But we lose the B that way.
Yeah.
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 It has to be Biblioteca Boys.
Can we do
Bookstore
Bromanos?
boys works.
Biblioteca?
Biblio Boys.
The Bible boys.
The Bible
No.
Boys.
I refuse.
We sound like a Christian rock band.
That's the Newsboys.
Okay, so you guys look for books. I'm gonna go hang out in the brothel and be a brothel boy.
All right, good luck.
Have
Who
fun.
wants to be a brothel boy with me?
Well, books sound awful, and I'm not going to a bathhouse because it's going to take me an hour and a half to get undressed. So yeah, let's go.
That is a lot of clothes.
Are you just gonna unzip?
That's the plan.
There's so many buttons.
I feel like I'm choking.
Well, do you want to just get rid of some?
That means it's fashion.
Yeah.
It's true.
Have you seen those skirts with the cages? I imagine they were around here a lot. Do they call them hoop skirts? What do they call them?
You haven't broken a few ribs, really fashion. Hang in there. It'll be okay.
Yeah, of course it.
So, for the group of you that is heading towards the library, Selkie and Tomo will accompany you there as well.
Yeah, I'll go with them. I don't want my sister giving me disapproving looks for going to a brothel. I'll see if I can find a cookbook or something.
Okay.
Tomo's gonna be so grumpy all day.
So,
Oh,
for,
true.
so for what it's worth, you guys have a lot of different plot threads potentially. So if there is anything you guys want to take some time to research here, this might be an opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm preparing a list of all the things that I look for books on.
Okay.
What's Nara doing? We got 2 caps so far.
Probably gonna go to the library.
Yeah, bring Nico. Oh, what do they think about Nico here? Do they give him weird looks?
This is a land where there are talking, or not talking, but they're walking card people and talking teddy bears. Nobody
He feels at
bats an
home.
eye at Nico. It's just like, yeah, that's a thing that exists.
It's another thing that talks.
Yeah.
It's not the weirdest thing here, honestly. Come on, Haku, we'll get you. I don't know. How'd you get in that? It's so tight.
Took a lot of effort. There are so many buttons.
It looks good.
It's 4
got that?
layers. Each
Oh.
layer has at least 25 buttons.
Why is it so many buttons?
The more buttons you have, the more money you have, and also it keeps your clothes in place, and you can't let anything shift or move because that would be catastrophic on some of these dresses.
Mm.
And I guess if the women have to suffer through buttons, so do the men. Or
Yeah,
anybody
equal
who's wearing
opportunity.
dresses. Yeah.
I love equal opportunity suffering.
Everyone suffers to look good.
Fashion is suffering. That's the core principle of fashion.
True.
True. Your wallet is suffering, your rib cage is suffering, your junk
If-
is suffering.
If comfort and ease were the priority, we wouldn't wear them. We wouldn't wear anything.
Joke's on you. I attuned to the mask instead of the hand wraps. I just disguised myself to dress in high fashion.
I mean, sure, but I can also throw on PJ pants, but that is still some degree of effort, and therefore some degree of suffering.
He wiggles a
That's
little
the kind of
and then
trade.
whips off the loincloth. Like, now I'm completely naked and no one knows.
God, I want to cast a spell magic, but you will not fool me, you devil, you beast, you harlot. Get thee behind me.
I mean, if you don't want to have fun, that's fine.
No fun allowed.
Bye, nerds!
I got to tell you though, there is almost nothing that I love more than dispelling disguise illusion or disguise
Exactly.
self in this matter.
I don't know that you have that. I'm
This
just
was-
gonna go.
This was a trap baited specifically for me.
We'll see if that D100 triggers.
Wait, who's casted what?
I'm not casting it.
This is cast from an item. I don't know if that does anything.
Let me see the item.
It is the. Let me pull it up here.
It's your mask, right?
It's the Kabuki mask. Use an action to cast disguise self spells from it. And it just kind of does it unlimitedly.
Do hats cause surges?
To your knowledge, casting a spell causes a surge, so it would stand to reason.
I think it tries it.
Yeah. Stay and give me a D100.
It does it like out of like sight. It's like, ooh, let's see what happens. I don't normally cast many spells, so let's
Just
go.
need two.
The crazy 88. He looks so stupid. He's got a big powdered wig. He's got like basically clown face in terms of white makeup. It's like that. It's like that episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
D puts on brown face.
No.
Look like what's his face from One Piece?
Bunkley? Which one? Ivankov?
No, Trader.
Oh, where's my trainer boy?
The painted guy with
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Him.
bright white face.
Yeah. Lady Gaga.
But yeah, for those of you that are heading over to the library, you come to a large kind of tower that spirals up. It's almost got kind of like a. It's kind of weird because you can see where the tower. It almost looks like somebody had a tower or like a spire of some kind, and then took the top and just twisted it, and you can see where there's kind of like a slight twist to the whole thing. And like most of the buildings here, it's got this like bright red conical roof. There's some vines and things that have kind of twisted up that give it a shock of green. Big arched doorway with a set of gargoyles that kind of like hang perched on the outside of it. You guys are able to head inside. The doors kind of creak, and you look up this massive tower with a bunch of like hanging bookshelves that are like hanging from chains with various ladders and things stretching up to them.
Wonderful. Do I know how like the index system works here? Do I just look around myself, or how familiar am I with normal people well, this isn't normal people libraries. Can I make sense of this library?
It seems, give me a flat like intelligence check.
I'm into it. I'd take it.
You can see that there are, on a bunch of the bookshelves, there are like little either gold or like brass plates that have etchings that seem to describe the various like genres and whatnot of the contents of that row. But because so many of the bookshelves are like hanging and suspended, and there's so much verticality, you can't really read a lot of them. You can kind of only see the ones that are like at your head level, essentially.
Wonderful. Do I see an attendant or somebody who looks like they know what they're doing?
You see a handful of people going and like browsing the books. Like there's other patrons here. Um, you notice that there is somebody that is like dressed very finely. They have this like long neck that is kind of like accentuated by this really tall collar that like pushes their chin up.
Hmm.
But they seem to be currently talking to somebody else. You have a really good passive perception, right?
Yes, 20.
Oh, yeah, plenty. You do see that kind of next to the front desk, there is a little like plinth stand thing with a very large book on the front
Ah,
that appears to be some kind of like an
a
index.
directory. Wonderful. Okay. Awesome. I'm going to go over to that big book and start flipping through it if there's nobody else using it.
Does Ali
Who is
hover?
dead?
You go and as you go reach out to touch the book, it flips shut, and on the cover you see an eye open up.
Oh, hello. Sorry,
The,
I didn't realize.
the pages start to flap, and it says, "Greetings, I'm Matrier. How may I be of assistance?"
It's wonderful to meet you, Madre. I'm Jupiter. I'm looking for, well, books on a lot of different topics. Preferably in common if you have them, but I have somebody who can help translate, so it's not an issue if not.
I see. I will do my best. What topics are you looking for?
All of these.
Wow, that's a lot.
Oh,
Quite well educated, I see.
On the contrary, I know very little, and that's why I'm here. I understand that this is a lot and probably won't all happen at once. I guess prioritize maybe Cersei and is Alistair standing like right next to me? What's Alistair doing?
he's probably nearby looking at a shelf, but probably is not paying attention.
Wonderful. I tap on the list the Alistair and the Liddells. Those two would be good.
So Snoopy.
Well, the pursuit of knowledge is an admirable act, and I shall do my best to assist you.
Thanks. Do I just wait here or?
Give me a moment to locate these books for you, and then I will present you with the correct. I don't know what he would even call this. I will direct you to the appropriate shelves.
Ah, I see. Thank you.
Rather than ask for help, Alistair's probably wandering around and having goldfish float up and scan shelves. He's like, okay, I'm looking for this subject. Can you go look for words that look like that? And he's just relying on goldfish to scan bookshelves while he does the same with the bottom.
I so badly wish that I could do Brennan's bubbly little voice.
I don't know what it is, but it sounds cute.
Tempted.
I don't even know how he gets his tongue to do what it does for this voice.
Doesn't everyone? He's dreamy.
Risk.
And married or whatever.
Let's see here. Yes, you can give me a investigation check for yourself and Goldfish. And for Jupe,
knowing we're going to the library, is it reasonable I reattuned to the inspector's goggles instead of something? So I can have the +3 or whatever, or plus D4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright, cool. How long into our long rest? I've wasted so many of these already.
We have to like sit in one place and do nothing for a long time.
Oh,
Although
right.
I guess we kind of have. I don't think traveling counts towards a long rest.
I could stay in a village of animals
Yeah.
for a week.
Right, like you guys don't have any pressing plans at the moment. Like the biggest driving force is just Jupe.
Hi, it's me. I'm the problem.
So it's like it's kind of up to you if you guys like how much time you guys expect to spend here and how much of it you kind of want to spend doing like downtime type stuff.
Right. For what it's worth, I'm fine. Like I do not need a rest currently. I think I'm only missing like one thing that's a long rest resource. But if a lot of other people do, we can.
I think I can start converting my mana into flash. I think I have that ability.
Is that
It's a boon that Drake gave me. I think one of the boons
Nice.
was let me do that. Let me double check.
look through
that.
your features?
Oh, and then goldfish roll. Sorry, where is he? I appreciate that his +0 almost did just as well as my +14.
All right, so going down in order. For Metrie will let you know, Jupe. I'm afraid we have no books regarding witches or hats. We do have our Arcana section. You can find several books regarding contracts and arrangements, as well as curses, all in filed in D6, all the way to D18.
D6 or D18 for Arcana.
We have our medical section may contain some information on Hollowjaw that can be found in M5, I believe. The game names Gatsby and Cosmos are not in my database. We also have several books on divination, which are also in the Arcana section. The divination would be found in D27. As for information on the Ragman, I believe information on such a thing would be found in F30.
All right. Excellent. Thank you. And I will wander off towards... we'll hit the Arcana section.
You would also be... the last one that he would mention is that...
Oh, right, the important one.
Yeah, that one he will direct you to essentially like they have a section for like census information.
Okay, sure.
It says like your best bet would be possibly there.
Excellent. I'll actually head that way. Do you have like a collection of current events? News?
Yes, we do have section, some newspapers collected.
Wonderful. Are those also in kind of over by the census area?
No, they're actually we have a over in the reading section.
Wonderful. Do you have like a full archive? Does it go back several years, or are those just modern current events?
Those are our most current events. We have a archive of some older papers as well, if you're interested in something from further than a year ago.
Certainly. Yeah.
Very well, and he'll direct you to the newspaper archive as well.
Wonderful. I'll probably actually go there first.
Excellent. While you were doing that, Alistair,
He's dead.
I'm here.
no, I'm just reading through his list.
Fashion magazines in the coffee table.
Alistair, give me 3d8.
Okay. It looks like a funny face.
Yeah, it does.
He looks so sleepy.
You find a pair of books on various contracts and deals and powers, as well as a book that is collecting the kind of like recent fashion trends. It's kind of an art book that also describes a couple of the latest kind of was it fashionistas?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's fashionistas, male or female. It's just a word. I don't think fashionistas is a thing.
You find a book containing the latest designers and some of the design trends for fashion here.
Cool. Look through that and see what the season's got. Gotta make sure my friends look cool and they can't be out of date.
The fashion book currently has there's a couple of trends. One of them has kind of like you could give me an insight check.
Well, that's good for me.
One of the designers is very clearly like pandering to the Queen of Hearts. So you see that they're doing a lot of like sort of gothic Lolita kind of stuff. So it's got this very kind of like Rococo shaped thing. So there's like the big puffy dresses, but there's this like strange layering of like leather bondage gear and like dark kind of gothic stuff that is very strange and unique.
Huh.
The other designers are a little less overt in that, and they are still kind of trending towards this like very pastels, lots of gold accents and buttons and things like that. Very lots, just so many ruffles. Ruffles everywhere. The more ruffles, the better.
Oh, it's so excessive. It's so much. I mean, I know it's the culture here, but God, I miss not wearing much.
Sheesh. Do you go? How do you go about searching for your information?
I'd probably ask the librarian as well. she's just never been in a place like this, probably. I mean, like they probably had like a personal library at the estate, but she shouldn't really know much about it.
Right. Give me a. He will. Yeah, I think he can guide you to. You can essentially find every book in there on that. Nara, similarly, do you go to the librarian? Or I guess he's
Yep.
not really the librarian, but the index. Is he dead? Am I dead?
You're not dead.
But I'm here.
Okay. Do you go to the librarian task, or do you just kind of look around yourself?
He was looking around, but he was kind of lost in the library, so we'll probably go to the index.
Head over. They're easily able to direct you. You end up kind of like crossing paths with Jupe at one point. So, in order to access all of these books, essentially what you have to do is you go. There's a like, it's kind of like a circular central section that has a slight pillar, and surrounding it there is a bunch of like different levers that you have to pull to like raise and lower the different bookshelves.
That's neat.
You guys go and you pull down the various bookshelves that you need, and things shift out of the way, and eventually you guys are able to start searching through these shelves, grab a handful of books, and begin reading and taking some time to do some research. You guys have been traveling all day. It's already kind of late when you get here. But it's kind of up to you. Do you guys want to spend the night here researching, or if you want to like come back the next day and keep reading? Like, how much time do you guys want to spend doing this, essentially?
What time did we show up here?
It would have been kind of in the later side, so like probably about 5-6 p.m.
Like right after dinner sort of deal?
Yeah, you guys probably would have arrived in town, had dinner,
dinner.
and then
Gotcha.
headed over.
I probably am down to chill until like 11 o'clock midnight. Like I would spend a decent amount of time, but I'm not going to stay out so late that people worry.
Is there a curfew?
No.
No curfew that you're aware of. The library stays open till about midnight.
I would probably just stay till it closes then.
I'll bring Jupiter a cup of tea at some point, but also probably stay till midnight.
Thank you.
I'll probably
Yes.
stick around and read a lot of these as I can too. I imagine
Lots
I
of
can't like
books.
take these cookbooks with me, can I?
No, but you can like transcribe some of the recipes if
Okay,
you want to
cool.
take time to do that.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that if they don't mind me
If-
writing down my own recipes from them.
I will say that doing that will take up some of your time, so you won't be able to spend as much time researching the other things. Unless you guys want to spend like an extra day here.
And there's more libraries along the way. We could find a different one.
Yeah,
I
there's
guess-
nothing here that is so important that I like need to stay and research it. I mostly was just like books good. I've never read books outside of Astra's library.
Yeah,
Right,
the
like,
local
while we're
recipes are the
here.
thing I'm mostly interested in here, so I think I would take the most time on those. Just because like they've got to have some weird shit here, right?
Probably.
Find a flying elephant recipe.
Ooh.
Did you find anything interesting, Jupe? Or you just
I don't know.
browse?
Yeah, what do I... So prioritizing... Basically, to summarize this, what I'm looking for is not necessarily dirt on Alistair. I'm looking for, like, what do the locals think happened? Is there a reputation? Do we need to keep it quiet? And that would be
Looking
kind
at
of like...
dirt for his family.
Kind of, yeah, exactly. So it would be a combination of A, what were the news events like on the night of the exile? Was it even a big deal, or does she do this shit all the time? Was it not even newsworthy? And B, has there been anything recent in the past couple of months that we should be aware of?
Cool. Well, you guys are researching that, and we'll jump back to you guys in a minute. What are the brothel boys doing?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Looking for those plushy boys. What?
Classic D&D.
Yeah, nothing says D&D like trying to sex out a couple of talking stuffed animals.
Dude, some of
Yeah.
my... Well, maybe not that specifically. That's also not what Biscuit is talking about.
Yeah, Stain's done with plushies. He's checking to see what this place specialty is.
I was doing a little bit of a double entendre.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
Stuffing.
Okay. I guess you guys give me both of you give me a charisma check.
Playing charisma.
Baby shark. Do.
Where the hell do you do unskilled charisma checks again? Oh, there it is. It's a 1 in 20.
I'd like to
That's-
argue for
well-
advantage given my background.
Boy, it's a shame that you guys don't have advantage.
I'd like to argue for advantage considering another that one.
Yeah.
Amazing that you would double net one this.
I think I just don't speak the language.
Yeah, I think you guys spend a good like several hours trying to find a local who can direct you there, but I don't think either of you speak Mervean.
Parlez-vous?
And so you just spend a bunch of time like trying to communicate with somebody, and you get absolutely nowhere.
Je vous avoir de sexy?
I'm never going anywhere with you again. This has been a complete disaster.
Le humpy
I
dumpty.
actually hate you.
Hey, baby, you want to speak French between my legs?
So yeah, you guys spend a good long time. I would say eventually, Kohaku, after several hours of this, you do finally come across a what appears to be a house of pleasures.
Oh, there we go.
It does not seem to be particularly like high end, but you're tired. It's been a long day, and you finally found a place to relax.
There you go.
Really should have thought about having someone who speaks, the language. Who
Ah, it's fine.
doesn't.
Stain, look over there. That's either a hooker house or a toy store. One of those two.
Oh, well, let's roll dice. And we walked in.
All right, give me a D100.
Both of us, or just one?
Just one.
Go, Biscuit. I rolled 2 ones. Oh, it's too shy of nice.
It's not the fanciest place that you've been in, but it's also still pretty nice. The place is filled with this, like, the smell of smoke and medicinal herbs. and you guys are approached by a human woman, with round cheeks that are covered in this bright red makeup, bright red lips, very voluptuous, with this like really ridiculously accentuated kind of hourglass figure, and steps forward. Bonjour.
Yeah, hi.
Bonjour.
And she begins to speak in Mervean to the both of you.
I leave that to Kohaku.
You speak Tyrekian? Do you speak
God.
Oh, foreigners. Lovely.
Sexy?
Jesus Christ.
Thank you. How might I help you? Wish room for both, or do you wish to share?
Oh God, no!
Does she understand Sylvan better?
Almost certainly not, but
No.
I'll
He
I'm
tries-
all for it.
Yeah, he's right. He tries three languages. He tries Common, and then Sylvan, and then Iron Sandic. No.
Oh, you speak the Dream Tongue as well.
Yeah, the Dream Tongue's really dreamy. So my friend here wants to be as far away from me as possible.
Understood. Well, we can have that arranged.
Be nice to him. He's had a long day.
We'll do our best. Do you have a? Please come along. We will find you some companionship. And she will lead the both of you to a room where, in a real uncomfortable way, there are just a bunch of people lined up that you get to choose from. And it costs you guys 5 gold.
5 gold. You said this was a cheap place.
I said it did not look like the most expensive place that you've been, but it is like slightly above average.
Yeah. I asked did she introduce herself? I asked the madame. Which
my
one?
name is Cosette.
Hello, Cosette. I just want to know which one is your weirdest freak.
Jesus.
Which
Pretty
one
good
of them willing to do some really weird stuff for fun?
Direct me to your freakiest girl, please.
Do you have a preference? Male, female, somewhere in between?
Any, really. Whichever one goes down the dirtiest.
Then you would like William.
William.
Yeah,
A
that's
guy
freak
comes out
name.
with arrows. He's got a bow and arrows.
Yeah, he's got a bow and arrow. The arrowheads are little hearts, and he is in a little like cloth diaper and nothing else.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get freaky. He gives thumbs up to Kohaku,
Thumbs up.
and they separate.
Yeah, he goes over, picks you up by your tail, and then like leads you to a back room.
Like a chicken, grabbing them by the legs.
Okay, well there goes my translator. I make a tea gesture. Thirsty, yum, tea.
Odd.
Truly unbearable to watch.
Yeah. She Cosette smiles and just continues to just speaks quietly under her breath, and then sets you up with a fairly lovely young woman who takes you upstairs. Fortunately for you, she does appear to speak a little bit of Tyrican,
Oh, good.
and you guys are able to have a very lovely night.
Yeah. I brag about being the Prince of Tyriku for a little while. And we have tea, and there's some poetry and other stuff. And then around midnight or so, when everything's all said and done, and I'm headed back to rejoin with the party, Kawako looks really disturbed and pissed off.
Uh-oh.
She tried to touch me. I don't know what. I don't understand. What's wrong with the house with you? I don't get it.
Wait. You went to the brothel and didn't want her to touch you.
Yeah.
Oh, for that you say none with an N at the end.
As opposed to nah.
Yeah, it has to be
Nah.
no. I come back beat to shit and happy.
Of course you do.
For those of you in the library, the way that we're going to do this, I'm going to steal a thing from Mr. Sir Brennan Lee Mulligan.
Thank you, Brandon.
Our hero lord.
I'm going to steal something from Fantasy High.
I don't know if I know this.
The way
What
that this is going to work is essentially, you guys have potentially 5 hours to spend researching stuff.
Okay.
Every hour that you research something is going to be the first thing that you research is going to be DC 10. Every hour you can research another thing, and that DC will increase by 5.
Okay. So I get map on my research attempts.
So essentially, the first thing you research is going to be the easiest. It's the thing that you're putting the most time in initially, and then everything will continue to get harder and harder the more that you kind of push to research other things.
Okay, so you're picking priorities here.
Right. You're
It's
choosing
not-
your high priority.
I got it. But we could theoretically
mm.
come back another day and make one of our low priorities a high priority and have an easier DC on it later.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
And the way that this will also work is that, say, for every 5 above that DC that you get, you might get some like additional information. Which is
Groovy.
normally what I do for research stuff, anyway. So
Okay. My first priority is going to be current events about the Liddell family. And if I can include in that events or like the newspaper clipping from the night dive, I'll tack that in there too.
It might be hush hush. Maybe I'm written off as dead. Who knows?
Maybe.
Can William be spelled like Liam?
sure. So Jupiter, for that, that's going to be a history check.
Okay.
I think I will also say that any of these checks that I suggest, you guys can replace with an investigation, since you're just like, pouring through papers, you're investigating.
Understood. I should have prepared enhance ability, but I did not, and that's fine. I didn't know I was going to the library.
I have it.
Oh, we can't cast spells. Fool me twice. I won't get fooled again. It's not going to happen. All right, here we go.
It's okay, just do it
I
without.
mean, you can absolutely
Nailed.
cast a
Guidance.
spell if you want.
You want guidance?
Do it.
I guess
Just-
that wouldn't last though.
So you would know DC's 10 guidance isn't going to push you to a 15 anyways.
Right.
Yeah.
So on this first one, you one of the things that you do pick up on is that a lot of the newspapers here seem very focused on events around Coroner, and then also a handful about Seaside, Wits End, and then a little bit of information about the Diamond Keep. There's very little that seems to be related to like Callus or Epee or anything
Interesting.
beyond the like Mount Jub Jub. They seem to be very like
Big
it's almost like
cultural
each of these
divide.
territories feels very isolated.
That makes sense. Good to know.
That being said, you do find a little bit of information regarding the Liddell family and particularly their tea imports, essentially. I think that you do find an article that is about, say, a couple of years old at this point that mentions that fuck, Duchess and
Oh, I forget his name too.
Charles
That's right.
Liddell came to visit, and there was a very large event that they hosted in the Royal Forest, where they essentially had a royal tea party, sampling some of their latest teas and imports.
Gotcha. Good to know.
But there is essentially no mention of Alistair that you have found, at least.
Are there like mentions of other children and not Alistair, or what's the deal there? Or is it just there isn't any reason that it would be mentioned?
There's essentially no mention of them even having children.
Okay. Weird. Okay, good to know.
You can give me like an insight check.
Passive 24.
Perfect. On that, you, based on this article, and like there isn't a ton here, but it feels like a very intentionally like avoided.
Ah, I see. Understood. They tiptoed.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. I will decide what my second topic is. While we do somebody else.
Then Alistair. What's your first?
Shoot. Let's see. We're about to go into Mount Jub Jub, so let's do the Mount Jub Jub check. I guess I know about it already, so maybe I shouldn't do this. Do I feel like I'm going to get any more information if I search more on Mount Jub Jub, or do I feel like I know most of what I'm going to find?
I mean, you might find extra information.
Okay, I'll try it then. Maybe we'll find some weird caves or paths or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, if you research, you can also continue to research the same thing multiple times.
Okay.
If you feel like it might provide extra information. Yeah, 21 is
24.
24 is fantastic. Digging through, you find that Mount Jub Jub is the highest point in Merveille. It's the largest mountain. It's kind of one of the kind of central spire that forms the mountain range that divides Merveille in half.
Okay, so it's like the center point.
Yeah, it's not technically the center point, but effectively is kind of the center point. You would know that there are a handful of, I think from that, the two. Is there any specific information that you're looking for with it?
I wanted to know if there are any like known caves or tunnels through it or anything like that. I doubt there's any that go straight through.
Right. So one thing that you do find is that there is a mining operation that you were aware existed but you didn't really know the specific locations, and this
Mhm.
provides you with the actual locations. That there are a couple of mining operations that essentially go in and have been harvesting some of the what is primarily, if I remember the name of it because I always forget. Terra Umbra, which is
Okay.
kind of like earth mana, like raw earth mana.
Okay, that makes sense. If I were looking for anything else, it'd be like if there's any tales of origin, like Merveille was two continents that got smashed together, or two islands, I guess.
No information on that, but one of the other things that you do find is that there is the two extra things that you find are that there is uh, a mountain path that does run kind of, it wraps kind of around and up past Mount Jub Jub and is an alternative entrance, kind of like through the instead of going through the Tulgey Wood.
Okay. Does it? I'm assuming it's a perilous path, and the woods probably better.
Uh, yeah, I mean you'd be going through the mountains, so it's a lot more vertical. So travel is a little slower. It's a little harder to do,
Okay.
but there is a path that is relatively straight through.
I'll keep that information and not share it because I want to go through the woods anyway.
You also find that there is there's a map of it, and you find that there is a location up in the mountains that is mentioned as a nest.
Oh, I would make note of that so we could hopefully avoid going to a nest. It doesn't
Yeah,
specify what.
there is mentions of, and you guys know this, kind of out of character at this point, uh, but there is mention that I think 100 years ago that there was a creature that used to reside there called the Jabberwocky, and you see a picture of it that resembles the creature that you've encountered multiple times now.
Ew.
Um, and yeah, you're aware that it used to reside up in Mount Jub Jub, and that is supposedly where it had its kind of lair.
Huh. Well, I hate that. But Eden never killed that thing, right? Because we have to get the Vorpal Blade to actually kill it.
Right, I think we
You'd be able to,
kind of defeated it, but it regenerated or respawned essentially.
right? You guys are able to. You guys are aware that it seemed to have been like malformed, so you're able to hurt it, but there's something keeps it alive even after it's been like very heavily damaged. But you're able to wound it enough that it does need to like flee. So if there was potentially a way to like trap it or figure out what is like keeping it alive, then you might be able to finish it off.
Huh, I wonder if it's. This nest could be where that's at. Fuck. Okay. Where is it at? Does it marked on there?
Yeah, so it's up in near the peak of Mount Jub Jub.
Okay. Shit, I don't know if we need to go up to the keep, but that's good to know. Okay, cool.
Sheesh, what would you like to be your first research topic?
I think I'm gonna prioritize the Jeez, I don't know. Most of the vampires are dead. The funeral rites are a good thing for flavor, but I think I'll go for the local recipes first because, I want the local stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or fauna, just for like, we're trying to discern like which creatures might be magical or not going through the wild.
Sure, you could either for fauna it would either be nature or survival or investigation, and for cooking it would be either cooking or investigation. Which I
Okay.
assume cooking would be your best for that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, whichever is your first is going to be DC 10, and then second will be DC 15. So
Could I tell you want animal handling?
yeah, you know what? For local fauna, sure, it'll give you slightly different information, but yeah, damn.
Got expertise in that, so. And then I'll roll the cook's kit. Ooh. A lot of 28s on that lately.
So for the local fauna, how do I want to handle this? The way that I'm going to handle this is that I'm not going to give you any information right now. Instead, I'm going to give you I'm going to write you an up an item card right now, and you'll essentially have 4 charges of like when you encounter a Mervean creature, you can expend that charge, and I will immediately give you information about that creature, including like its demeanor, like weaknesses, any like speeds that it has, attacks, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Reading
I
is
think-
power.
I dig that a lot.
And while I do that, Dash, you wanted to research magic and curses and dragon allies in the past. Which one would you like to pursue first?
Let's go with anything pertaining to like dual personalities, sharing two personalities, sharing the same host.
For that, I will say give me either Arcana, Investigation, or Alchemy if you have it.
Uh, it's probably the first library Nora's been in. He's not good at researching.
Oh, no.
No.
I'll give Nora my inspiration. I want him to do well in the library. Hey, buddy, if you're struggling, there's this guy up front that you could ask. I don't like talking to him because I feel like I'm bothering him, but
Oh no, quite the contrary. I feel like I'd just be wandering around here for hours aimlessly if I didn't have him to. He's very helpful. I think that's what he's here for. He probably gets off on it or something.
it was probably what he was made for. I imagine he's not a real person, but he might be.
Bit better.
Are you making? Can I like affect this? Am I there when this is happening?
Yeah, you guys are all like pulling books, and I mean, you were planning on researching some like tangentially similar things, so you probably, or when that bookshelf is down, you're all grabbing the books together and flipping through them. So
Gotcha. I can at least bump that over the 10 for you. Here you go.
perfect.
I only have 2 more flashes left. I need to save them.
Yeah, I'm saving my omens. But those come back daily. Guidance.
Yeah. So you got 10, or you got 12, which beats the DC. So on that, as far as personalities, I think that the main things that you find about it are that there are several different sources and potential like not really like schools of thought, but there are several different theories about different causes and kind of where it can originate from, and they are all many of them are very different. One of the more common causes is through either possession, so ghosts, spirits, other entities like that. Some good, some bad, can possess material beings and then have like swap between the two. This is more common in the most commonly written cases tend to involve either kind of like chosen one stories where a spirit will latch onto a particular person as their like their vassal, their chosen one, their what have you, and essentially create a pact with them. The less pleasant version is when a spirit or entity will like forcibly take hold of another person and fully like block out their personality. In cases like that, it tends to be like a person will have a 180 personality shift overnight, and then people start to take notice.
Okay.
As for instances of people like switching frequently, or having like specific triggers that cause their personality to shift, there are a handful of instances of this.
I'm so glad you thought to research this.
I think there's a. You find a book that is. So you find it in a very old book that is essentially a historical recounting of the origins of like magic use and like people learning how to cast spells. And you find that the kind of origin of this was something called the first alchemists. Before people knew how to cast spells, there was alchemy. It was the primary way that people were kind of. It was what led people into figuring out that mana is a thing that exists that we can actually like harness in a unique way. It's not like people discovered. Nobody created magic. It was like gravity. We didn't discover gravity didn't exist because we discovered it. It's always been there. People just figured out how to harness it and what the effects were. And this was kind of brought about by people using alchemy. And the first alchemists, essentially, alchemy as a whole was kind of built around this idea of kind of perfecting various aspects of life. And you find that there's a point where the original alchemists were essentially focused very heavily on like perfecting people's financial situations. It was it sounds like people at that time were very oppressed. It was like very to some degree it still is a very like capitalist society, and so a lot of people had this like dream of turning unprecious things into gold to gain wealth. But then there's a mention of several other sects of alchemists that kind of like branched off from there, each with their own kind of like ideals about what a perfect life would look like. And one of those sects was dedicated to the idea of creating a perfect person. But as you kind of try and dig further into that, I find that it's like a very brief mention of it, and they don't go into a ton of detail about like who this sect of people were or what the actual like success of this was or anything like that.
That's kind of fascinating, though. I wonder, like, on the topic of like alchemy, is like, is the Philosopher's Stone a thing in this world?
Yes, you do find that there is one of the other branches was the first philosophers, and they're essentially the people that kind of created. They were kind of like the original people who discovered mana and how to use it, or not. Because they didn't really discover it. They were the first people that started to really like heavily theorize mana and magic as it started to become like a well-known thing. And their entire theory was based around the idea of creating something that they called the Philosopher's Stone, which was essentially their like dream, the equivalent of like modern day, the idea of like a perfect energy source. The idea was that the Philosopher's Stone would let them freely switch mana between its various different forms and types, and it would allow you to get any amount of mana that you would need cleanly without risking your own body or physical self. And as a result, you could perform like any sort of miracle or magic.
Neat.
But yeah, that's kind of the main things that you end up stumbling across with this. Which I believe brings us back to Jupiter for your first or your second research topic.
Wonderful. Number 2. I think for number 2, we're going to go with the Bagman. Ragman.
Rag.
Cool. You can give me either a history check, arcana check, or investigation.
I am not going to burn my guidance just yet, so I'll take the 17.
Perfect. You automatically get a 1, and the last mark on your hand disappears.
Good enough for me, honestly. You know what? Fine. What does that... So how does that... What does that... Okay. Are there any other manifestations other than I, like, go looking for a book, and then the mark is gone? Or, like, does it happen when I open the book? Do I have a memory lapse? What happens?
So you go and you start pouring through some books, and then I think what happens is that that memory, that the last memory that you gave away, kind of comes back to you, and it comes back to you in a way that is deeply distracting. And so you start pouring through these books, and you're reading it, but the information just isn't sticking because you're so distracted by
Right.
this memory, and eventually you just kind of like give up and need to look at something else for a bit.
Totally
What's
fair.
the last memory that returns?
I'm trying to remember what order I did them all in, but I think the last one might have been when everybody else got the sword and he didn't. I don't remember. I'd have to double check. Either way, it was distressing.
Yeah.
Does he start crying in the library?
No, this would have been, if that was the memory, it would have been like a frustrated or like kind of an almost angry and
Yeah.
yeah,
Just deeply agitated.
yeah, just
It
ear
puts a
constantly
book down a little
twitching,
too
tail
hard.
won't hold still. Jupiter's not a physically violent, angry person. He's a sulky brooder.
Aw. Angie baby.
I'm a passive aggressive.
That makes sense. That's me. That's number 2.
Yeah. That brings us to Alistair.
Okay, we're in the near the Castle of Hearts in the Royal Forest. I'm gonna look up the royal succession and Merve loyal leadership and royalty for the past 100 years. Or
Okay.
however much I can find.
Yeah. Absolutely. Give me a history check.
Cool.
So DC is 15. So you do get something.
Passed it. Yay.
The thing that you find is that you don't find information on this.
Okay.
And the thing that tells you is that, similar to the Jupe not being able to find witches and hats information, you can tell that this is being actively like obfuscated and was removed.
Trying to break into the stupid castle for books.
Yeah, you get the sense that there is even like there is a section for it, and it has been like scrubbed clean of everything except for the past like 20 years, where it's just like, and the Queen of Hearts has reigned
Mhm.
ever since this time.
Makes sense. Fucking queens.
I think you do find some information about the last 20 years, which is all written in a very like very much a pandering sort of tone, where it's just like, and the Queen of Hearts and the Red Queen and the White Queen came and they saved Merve from the tyranny of the previous leaders.
Names eradicated.
Yeah.
Redacted, so you can't know. Okay. Pictures, bright history. Makes sense. Jupiter, did you find anything?
Not a ton, really. I got a little distracted, but no, I was looking to see if there was any like recent goings on with your family that we should be aware of, and there really isn't.
Oh, looking into my family, huh?
Yeah, mostly just making sure that like your name's not on a bunch of wanted posters or whatever. I'm sure
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
there's really not
I don't-
much.
There's not much on what I was looking for either. I wouldn't be surprised if they're curating what's publicly accessible.
Certainly makes sense. What were you looking for?
I was looking for the leadership history, who ruled before the queens did.
Gotcha.
Yeah, just figured the chain of succession could be interesting to know. And possibly useful if we take down the queens. What's going to happen after that?
What are you doing next?
Like, what am I searching next for?
Yeah.
I was gonna look for vegetarian recipes for Kohaku.
Interesting.
Yeah, he keeps bitching about it, so
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you know if I find any. It gives you like a squint when you turn around, and then he goes off to research his own stuff.
You guys are researching things. Sheesh, you have your book now in your inventory. And what's your next research topic?
Second one's just gonna be those local recipes, and I'll see if I can get some.
Oh, that's right. You already rolled for that.
Yeah, as a junior,
So
I'll keep an eye out, especially for some vegetarian ones too. I do keep saying it just because it's a fun joke at this point. Whenever I say, "Oh, it's just a bunch of eggs," but like Sheesh always makes something for Kohaku too, guys. Come on.
Oh, I'm aware. You've said that several times.
Yeah, I can't be arsed to come up with a recipe every time I roll a 28
That's vegetarian.
and a vegetarian recipe. I'm like, I'm past that life. I'm not the hotel catering banquet chef anymore. I don't have to come up with vegetarian options on the fly. Thankfully.
Good morning, everyone. I've prepared you a beautiful dinner of eggs Benedict with a little gold leaf on the hollandaise, a side of beautiful maple sausage glazed, and Kohaku, some
Kohaku, I foraged some carrot greens and some leaves in the backyard.
I found some junk in the trash. Here you go.
I think they're dandelion leaves. I know rabbits love that shit. There's some lemon balm you can sprinkle on
Yep.
top. Clock,
Wow.
clock.
Leftover celery from yesterday.
Yeah, you can just root around in the stock bin if you want. You put the vegetable scraps in a bin so you can make stock out of them. You don't put meat scraps in there though.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's
Yeah.
partially a joke, but Kohaku will be very happy with a plate of dandelions left.
Like the fluffy ones or like the yellow ones?
The fluffy ones, but just the green.
Yeah, like the leaves that grow out of the base of a dandelion plant. Rabbits do actually go ape for that shit.
Oh, so he can just blow it first, and then he can eat the stem.
Yeah,
I don't know if they eat the stem too, but I'm just talking about like the leaves.
leaves. The stems are good too.
Yeah.
But then clover. Oh my god, if you got a clover, bro, that just grows in the dirt.
Yeah. When we had pet rabbits, I used to just go out in our yard and pick dandelion greens and stuff for him and like mix it in with the lettuce and stuff we fed him too. He got super happy.
So, you guys, sheesh, you find a very robust recipe book. You're able to, because you are going to spend the rest of your time, I assume, like transcribing a lot of these recipes. You do find an escargot recipe that uses flail snail, which are essentially like enormous snails, and the kind of rumor that accompanies it is that there was a large banquet where they had to serve like several hundred people, and so in order to do that they hunted and cooked this flail snail.
I'm so into that.
You also find
do they have any like vegetarian recipes for cooking mandrakes, or is that not vegetarian anymore?
I think they probably have some mandrake recipes. They also have a bunch of like grape recipes. Some French onion soup. Some creme brulee.
I'd imagine I want like a hollandaise sauce recipe, but it's made from like, I don't know, what kind of weird eggs do they have in fantasy France, in Neverland?
There are jub eggs, though they are there's kind of like a superstition around them that eating one will bring about bad luck.
Okay, so is it just like that one dish where it's a whole fried like baby pigeon or whatever, and you just have to eat it under a cloth so God can't see you do it?
What?
Have you not heard about that?
Yeah. I wish to God I could remember the name of it, but it's a real thing.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
No, it's traditional. You eat it with a napkin over your head because it's such a sinful indulgence that you don't want to let God see you doing it.
I love humans so much.
I love that
there-
Google autocomplete. I type napkin over and just napkin overhead. In France, a dish with a bird named Ortolan bunting is eaten. It is called the sin plate.
Incredible.
Yeah, you cover your napkin with a head, or you cover your cover your head with a napkin to hide your sin from God.
Incredible.
It was so widely used that pigeon population dropped really low in the late 1990s.
Oh no, it's so cute! Look at these birds. Why would you do that?
Link,
Oh, it's not a pigeon.
Can you imagine?
Or if it is, it's a very cute pigeon.
It looks more like a little teeny little finch sort of thing.
Having a worldview where you believe in an omnipresent and omniscient God who sees you and judges all of your sins,
And
that
a
he
napkin
can be fooled
is
with putting a napkin over your head. This is
You-
marketing. This was marketing, and nobody ever believed it.
you do find that there is you do find a recipe for like a vegetable terrine.
Ooh,
Do you think that Kohaku would enjoy?
They do care. Oh.
And I believe they bring those to Nara. I also want to research some dragon stuff.
Yup.
So for that, you could give me investigation or history, or if you have like dragon lore or anything like that.
Yeah, I got some dragon lore.
Perfect.
Should I subtract from the bonus since that's technically intelligence?
Yeah, you still do take the intelligence penalty, but you
Okay.
get a +5 on it. Hey, 20 is very good. So you get 2 pieces of information on that. You would be aware that in the past, a lot of dragons were allied with the nightmares from Shoal during the 100 Years' War.
Good.
I'm trying to think of who else they would have been allied with. That was kind of like the main thing for like. There was essentially a collective of dragons that had formed together, and they all allied with the nightmares Shoal to try and rectify some of the damage that was caused. There were a handful of dragons that did not, or eventually went against this. I think you would be aware that let's see. I gotta dig through all of my notes. You find a thing that says that Perga, a great dragon at that time that had allied with the Chiefs Alliance of Iron Sand at the time.
Huh.
And that name is familiar because it was in the first note that you guys found from Araresi in the pit.
I was named Perka.
Perga, Perga. This stands out to you because they go into a little bit more detail, and they mention that the Alliance essentially had Perga set up their domain in a place called the Valley of Swords on Buru Ibu. And in exchange, the Chiefs Alliance and the people of the Iron Sand Islands would come and provide some tribute to Perga periodically.
Curses. Oh well. Oh wow.
Alrighty. That, I believe, brings us back to Jupe.
It's me.
Another step to research.
Okay, you mentioned at the start of this that if we wanted, we could spend consecutive hours at a harder DC to keep researching the same topic. Does that apply to the Ragman, or am I if I am spiritually locked out of that, I totally understand.
No, you can absolutely give it a shot if you want.
Okay, then I think number 3 is that he tries to clear his head, he goes outside, he smokes, he comes back in, he tries again.
All right. So DC 20. It's so upsetting that you got this.
I'm so glad I did.
You have no idea how long that I have been cooking this. You on 27, you get 2 pieces of information out of this. Let me see. You had several questions specifically about this.
I did.
Are they evil?
Yeah, who or what the fuck are they? Are they evil? Can they be trusted? And was it a mistake to work with them?
I'll lump... the "Are they evil and was it a mistake?" As one answer, which is just yes.
Awesome.
Um,
Oh boy.
that being said, I will not count that as one of the actual answers or pieces of information because it's just something that you kind of figure out tangentially.
Nice.
Who or what the fuck are they? They are a type of spirit that essentially is a. So, God, how do you? I'm trying to figure out how. There's a lot of potential information that like we would get tangentially out of this. I'm trying to figure out how best to explain it.
Right.
Essentially, they are a type of spirit that devours like memories. They're a dream eater. There are a handful of spirits and other creatures that essentially prey upon spirits like Atropos and other things like that. So they'll eat nightmares and dreams and other denizens of the slumbering realms. The Ragman is sort of a similar to that, except they devour specifically like memories more than emotions or thoughts.
Okay, this kind of tracks, given how I've gotten some back when the curse went away.
Yeah. The thing that you kind of find about them is that there is not just like a singular Ragman. They are a thing that kind of they're multiple, and they kind of like replicate themselves essentially.
I see.
So you're not looking for like a singular entity necessarily. With them, something that they are capable of doing is essentially they can pull out memories and thoughts and like skills out of people that they have the potential to have obtained.
Okay.
So they can essentially like infect somebody or like essentially possess somebody and then kind of pull out some of their latent abilities, which is what you think that he essentially did when fixing Juno. You would be aware that they, the second thing that you get is that they, the way that they replicate themselves is by forming contracts with people.
Awesome. So I made another one.
Well, you are aware that when those contracts are completed, the person that the contract was made with will become a Ragman.
Oh.
So you are aware that if you go to sleep tonight, you will not wake up.
Hey.
Oh shit.
Oh,
I almost didn't research this. Okay. How do I not that? What do?
What do?
Joke's on you. We don't have to wait a few months.
Hey, good news. You're not gonna die from Hollowjaw.
You're gonna transform into a Ragman. Fuck, what are we gonna do, guys?
Hey,
would you love me if I was a worm?
No, go to sleep.
What you're aware of is that currently the Ragman is in your mind somewhere.
Uh-huh.
And because the contract has been completed now, you've realized that effectively the gestation period has ended. What needs to happen is somebody or somebodies need to enter your mind somehow, enter your little segment of dream world and forcibly expel this creature.
Cool. I think I know what I'm researching for my next 2 hours.
Can you share this?
Yeah, I sure do.
A question.
I'll have to do my third first, though.
I
Right?
I
Is it
will
happening at the same time?
I will also mention that the process is not instantaneous. It is not like you are going to go to sleep and you are going to like immediately turn. It is
Mhm.
like you go to sleep and then you specifically will be kind of like trapped in your mindscape as your body changes. And that process can take potentially several days to weeks, or it could happen,
Ooh.
or it could happen very quickly, depending on the kind of mental resistances that person has.
Okay.
Let's take your timer and put it down here.
Yeah, let's okay. All right.
A
Any
quick question.
anything else? Are there stories of people beating? Well, I guess you just told me how you beat. I have to go into my mind somehow and beat this thing.
Yeah, a question about how long this is taking. What do Kohaku and Stain do when they're done? Do they find an inn and we all meet there?
So this is at this point in their research track. This is the point where you two just found your brothel.
Oh. We're having a good time.
Yeah, you guys are having a grand old
We're
time now.
we're doing the goof dildo. They can die.
Wait, why are you taking your shirt off? Oh no.
Is this not what you want?
No, we'll work something out.
What's your biggest paddle?
So, yeah. Alistair, what's the next thing you research?
Oh boy. What was it? It was gonna be the stint loss and how to still enjoy food with even without it.
Aw.
Perfect. You can give me a cooking check or baking check, or I guess potentially like medicine or investigation, if that's still your best.
Let's see. It's either a 14, a
Which I assume it
14,
is. but-
or a 10. So I'll go with one of the 14s, which will do baking, which is just under my tools. Ooh, only a 17. Ugh. That wasn't get it there. Wait, I can guide. Wait, can you guide yourself?
I believe so.
That on 3. Did I not roll it? God damn it. No.
Oh,
Oh, if I flash it, it'd bump it up a notch even. No, I'll save it.
yeah. Unfortunately, you don't find a ton of information about that specifically. Like it's a very specific subject, and you find a bunch of different things about like how to add flavor to your cooking and that sort of thing.
Mhm.
You end up like glancing through a couple of the books that she finishes with, and they give you some ideas, but it's nothing that's like particularly concrete.
Okay.
And then you probably get distracted by Juke going like, oh, this is a problem.
Yep.
Hey. You know anything about mind magic?
Mind magic. Maybe.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to start with the most fun part of this process, which is we need to
Okay.
sneak off somewhere, and I need you to help me search my entire body for more marks.
For more marks? Okay. Sure.
Yep. Because I think I'm out of marks, and I think that because I'm out of marks, I'm in a tremendous amount of danger.
Oh. The marks from the Ragman?
Between the fingers,
Oh,
yeah.
shoot.
I've been doing a little digging on what happens next, and it's not just that the contract is over. Well, here, just read this.
Oh,
So we should find
oh,
out if I am actually out of marks.
yep.
I-
That's immediate. Yeah.
I mean, there were
Oh.
3 between my 4 fingers, but I don't remember what I don't remember. There's no reason to think that maybe I didn't give up one more somewhere else. We're gonna
Maybe
check
your
all my nooks and
toes,
crannies.
or- yeah, everywhere. We'll look. Yep.
Yep. So that's the first thing that I do. Is I like investigate my entire body, parting hair all over, trying to see if maybe there is a 4th memory hidden somewhere that I gave that I don't out of character know about, but in character may have given and forgotten.
Okay. Either Alistair or Juke, you guys can give me investigation checks with advantage.
That is all you.
Okay.
What a good roll.
Yeah, 28.
I can bump that up to a
28.
30 real quick.
Yeah, on a 32, Alistair, you do a extremely thorough search. You check every inch for any mark that is even close to resembling the marks that he had on his hand. And you find none. Seems that they have
Okay.
all fully disappeared, healed, what have you.
Definitely not panicking, trying to memorize every bit of him while also looking.
Um,
Yeah, I don't. What
Okay.
do we do?
I'm gonna, until this library closes, I'm gonna keep reading these books to try to figure out what I'm going to do. I could maybe prepare better spells to deal with this if I could sleep, but I can't. I have been going over the spells that I have prepared today over and over to try to see what is useful, and would you still love me if I was a rock?
A rock, like a pet rock.
Yeah, like a pet rock, but a really big one.
Yes, but I'd prefer if you weren't a rock.
Um,
I
is
guess
it
that's better than.
better than being a ragman? It's temporary. I essentially can merge myself into a rock, and I'll be aware of what's going on around me. I can even cast certain spells on myself. I'm aware that time is passing, but I think, if I'm understanding correctly, my body becomes immaterial, and I hope that along with it, my need for sleep becomes immaterial. I don't know if that's true. I'm going to do some testing.
That would give us some time to fix two things, I guess.
Yeah. In the meantime, we need to figure out how to get into my head, and I know that there is magic that can do that. I just don't have that magic. We need to find somebody who can pry into somebody's mind.
Okay. Which portals do we have access to? Tinkerbell had that weird, crazy Fey magic that did things to us. I don't think Tangleby. Oh no, he didn't really know magic. He knew people. He might know somebody.
Do you know, are there a lot of mages around these parts? I guess there wouldn't be because of all the wild magic.
Right, you can't really cast. Well, if you're away from cities and you're able to deal with the surges, you could cast all you want. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's, hermits living up on Mount Jubjub who cast all the time. They might be a little bit crazy, but
Okay. It's a start. I'm gonna do
something.
some research. We still have time while this is open. I'm gonna see what I can find.
Yeah, I'll look up powerful casters in the area other than witches, because you said that was scrubbed.
Yeah, boy, I sure would like to not make another deal with another terrible monster to get this one fixed, but if I gotta do that to buy a little more time, then so be it.
Ooh, boy. Okay. I'm gonna read something.
Okay.
Before he goes, though, he's just gonna hold Jupiter real tight. I know it's in front of people, but it's fine.
Give me a wisdom check.
I'll burn inspiration. This feels pertinent.
Yep.
This feels like a reasonable time to use this. That's not much better. I will bump this in all the ways that I know how. Let's do one of these.
Do you want a guidance?
Yeah, if you can guidance me, that'd be great. And then I'll do
Can
one of
alley
these.
flash?
I have 2 left. Yeah, I can use one.
Okay.
God, this has to be broken.
DC is 15. So you don't have to flash.
Okay.
We don't
Okay.
have to flash,
Okay.
and I won't if I don't.
Oh,
Jupiter, as you're trying to think of like dream magic, you're aware that people have entered dreams. You're aware that Astra has told you about it. she has claimed to be able to do it. You have no idea where she is. She is not necessarily like a potential option currently, but you kind of think about dreams, and then you recall that Nijo had been selling an object that lets you enter people's dreams when you were in Kosetsu Jin.
Okay. Okay. I do kind of like look to Sheesh and Ali and
I
Nara.
mentioned it to you specifically because you were the one who had specifically looked and considered this item before.
Yep, sure
It
did.
was the Dreamwalker's Orb.
Right. Okay, if we can drop our portal somewhere and go back to Kosetsu Jin, Nijo had the Dreamwalker's Orb.
Oh, what did that do? You said you were thinking about getting it.
Yeah. It lets you go into somebody's dreams, which is basically their mind, right? Same deal, right?
I think that would work. Yeah, I bet that you'd have to go to sleep though. We wouldn't have much time. You said it's not instant though,
I mean,
right? So
isn't that how the Ragman visited you? It's in your dreams, right?
It was in my dreams, yeah.
so we
safe-
get you to go back in your dreams. He shows up, we shank him, and then you don't turn into a ragman.
Right. Okay. I think we need to go about this carefully. I need to not be awake. But I also need to not be asleep, which means I need to go find a large rock big enough for me to fit in that we can transport. That is more important than me spending 2 more hours at the library.
Okay.
I was going to look up some self-help books, but this does seem a bit more important and
I
pressing.
mean, I wouldn't want to
Yep.
interrupt your self-help books.
No, I think I heard from someone the best way to help yourself is through helping others. So let's make you not turn into a pile of depressing rags, okay?
Yeah.
Question. These books are just books, right? They're not like but magically worded, so I couldn't shove one into my bag of holding and then take it out of the library and then read as we walk.
You're not entirely sure. You could give me a Arcana check, or try and cast an Identify.
I don't have time for a whole identify. I'll just Arcana.
You could flat cast it.
Oh right. But wait, that's a level 1 spell though.
Yeah.
Sure is. You want a 1 in a 100
Yeah.
chance?
Yeah,
Go on, man.
just have that go
On
off in the middle of the library.
On an Arcana check, you do find that at least many of these books do appear to have a small room that has been carved into them.
Damn it. Okay, no time to worry about that. Let's figure out where we're gonna put that portal. I'm fine putting it here, but it's a public area.
For what it's worth, also with the 28, even though this isn't really what you were looking for, because you guys had talked about it, Alistair, you would be aware that Merveille has a lot of like artificing, just because there is so much material magic that can be harvested.
Oh,
It makes a good crafting material for artificers.
Makes a lot of sense. They might just have one of these items here. We
So it's
go find a magic item shop.
it's potentially, or there's potential for that. That being said, also, it's currently like 10 p.m.
Is there a time difference in the mainland if we went back with the portal? We
There
are a
would
lot
be
further east.
Yeah, there would be a little bit of a time difference.
Okay, so Nijo might still be open if we just
Yeah,
try to find where he's at.
We also know him. I think he'd be willing to help out if we could get a hold of him in these circumstances.
For what it's worth, also, Nijo is a traveling merchant.
Oh shit!
He-
Yeah, that's a good
it has
point.
been truly like multiple
Months.
weeks since you were there.
I can I can
He
determine
does.
whether he's there or not.
Yeah, it's true. He does go through a bunch of routes, and if you can determine where he is currently,
I would use a much more expensive spell to determine where he is. I can easily determine if he's in Kosetsu Jin. Why
Is
don't
it
we?
leveled?
I mean, it's 10 o'clock. Why don't we go rush into town, see if there's a magic item shop here that has something like right next door? Like that should be our first step.
oh yeah,
right?
this is the most magical place.
Yeah, there's a lot of artificing here. There'll be things. We don't know how late they'll be open. Granted,
Wizards are weird,
necessarily
right?
have to be open.
I'm going to, once we are outside and away from people, I'll step like 30 feet off the road just in case or whatever. I'm going to cast Locate Object. It lists as one of the things that you can try to locate it says like apparel or a certain kind of jewelry or furniture, a tool or a weapon. I'm hoping that I can search for a tool, with the tool being something that lets people into my mind.
I'll allow it.
Groovy. Here's a D100.
Yeah. It's going to be a very high DC.
For the wild magic.
Oh, that's right. You also give me a D100 to see if there is a Dreamwalker's Orb or anything similar here.
Here we go. Yeah. I'm hoping for like. Okay, we'll just see what we get.
Same.
Yeah, doubles.
There's
doubles.
no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Doubles. 84.
Can I give him my inspiration on a D100, or is that not a thing you can inspire?
You know what? I'll allow it. If you
All
want
right.
to
Here we
burn
go.
it on this, like, truly a 3% chance, go for it.
Do you want to roll it?
Jeez.
Are we looking high or low?
I
You
think
need-
it
You
might
need
be.
98 or higher.
Oh fuck!
Oh,
No, I'll hold
boy.
on to that. Yeah, I think it'd be better to hold off and see if there's like a dice roll for if Nijos
You know what?
and
Take
wherever
mine.
he's at.
You want to roll?
Take mine.
Gambling
Take
man.
mine's version. Me, I've been rolling terrible. Let's go. I'll do it.
Let's see.
Oh boy, guys.
Strong prostate.
Oh,
Oh,
I saw the 9 and I was like,
That's-
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 9 in there. I got excited for a moment.
Another 9.
Let me remove my inspiration.
Ooh.
Oh, so close and still fails.
I'm not actually rolling this. I just want to see what my
Yeah,
luck.
yeah. Just want to see.
right, chasing the rabbit.
Yeah.
See,
No.
but
All these
Guys,
9s.
guys.
There's
Season
so many
doubles.
teasy 9s.
Okay. Okay. Reasonable to assume that, like, a scroll of detect thoughts would not work.
It would not be enough. Detect thoughts would not let somebody interact enough to drive the ragman out. They would essentially just be able to watch you turn into
Sure,
a ragman.
sure.
Hey, question.
Yeah.
Would rope trick work?
Please explain to me how rope trick
Yeah,
would
I want to hear
do
this one.
anything.
Well, you see, you put the other end of the rope. I just like put it in like right in Jupe's ear, and then when we tug on it, we enter the extra dimensional space in his head, and we just like magic school bus this.
Incredible.
Hey, how good is Jupe's memory compared to yours?
Compared to mine?
Yeah.
Probably similar if I had to guess. His int is 12, but he's not me, which means he probably has
Yeah.
a good memory.
Then, Dre, could you set a DC for him for a semi hard check?
Sure.
For the record, before any rolls happen here, I have thought about Tropy. Doesn't Tropy do dream stuff?
Yeah. This is for you to remember. Stein's whole backstory of coming from a church called the Dream Cathedral.
Right. That's way over in Camelot, but it is maybe
Yeah,
worth trying to get Stein out.
he's also called himself literally the Guardian of Dreams.
Right.
I fight nightmare.
Understood. Then yeah, that would definitely cross my mind. I think, like he knows that Tropy does dream stuff. He knows Stein is dream stuff. I think first priority though is he wants to make sure that he has like 6 hours stretched over the next 4 days instead of falling asleep tonight. I'm going to flat cast again. Locate object. I'm looking for the lightest rock big enough for me to be in. That would be okay for us to take. And I understand that's a lot of qualifiers, and we can,
True.
like, you trim that down as much as you need. The bare minimum is the nearest rock that is just a little bigger than me.
Okay. This is going to be a very hard DC, but you can give me like a nature check, or if you have something else that you would like to pitch?
Oh, this is locate object.
Oh, with locate
Yeah.
object.
Also,
Interesting.
before I spend mana on this, do I think it is reasonable that when I am doing meld into stone, I am not going to get tired?
Have you ever done Meld into Stone before?
What a great question. I don't think I've done it
recall
in
you
the
doing it.
campaign.
Would you Arcana check? I guess.
Yeah.
Sure, give me an Arcana check.
Well, this is what we needed.
Another 9.
What a waste of a nat 20. The worst time for me to roll a nat 20.
I think you are aware that Meld into Stone would not. You would still need to sleep at some point.
Understood. Then I will ditch that plan. I will not spend the mana.
That being said, I think you are also aware that potentially you could just try and stay up.
That's true. This is D&D where you can stay up for 7 days with no consequence.
Yeah. I mean,
Right,
they're
like-
rare.
I mean, you're gonna start to feel the consequences pretty quick, but you could stay up for 2 days potentially.
That's
without-
true.
Without it being too bad.
Yeah.
If I can knock it out for 4 hours, I can stay up for 3 days. Easy peasy. Let's go.
Yeah. He doesn't get
Great.
to short rest if that's the case, right?
True.
Which means I'm
What
locked
level
into
of-
all these spells.
That is not.
Yeah.
That is not true. You can spend that short rest time re-preparing your
Oh
spells. You're
my
just not going to
God.
recover
Oh,
If
anything.
that's true,
Oh my
this guy's
gosh.
so much easier to deal with. Okay, cool.
Thank goodness.
What level of rarity is the Dreamwalker orb?
It is rare.
Damn it. Okay. That would take me 10 weeks. No, I can't do that.
Make it.
Yeah, if it was uncommon, I could have done it in 20 hours. I'm like,
He can
he could stay
awake.
up that long, but
Is this okay? I understand there's a lot of checks and rolls going on, and I assume that this is maybe happening as we're looking around for Stain.
Sure. You guys start trying to hunt down a brothel.
Right, which
Um,
I don't know how that's gonna go.
Alistair, you can give me I guess just give me an investigation check.
Have you seen the Haragon, the kobold speaking weirdly?
investigation.
Oh my god.
Another nat
Here's
20.
where we needed a nat 20. Yeah.
You literally just like go onto the other side of the library and find the brothel that you spent 3 hours looking for.
This is the best.
We
The
hear
best
Stain
outcome.
through a window.
Yeah, you can see Sane getting just paddled the shit out of through a window. There's like curtains, so it's just the silhouette, but you can fully tell that it's him.
Fucking
I know those
hours.
horns anywhere.
Yeah.
Found him.
It's
one
hanging
second.
upside down,
Let
being
me
beat like a
just-
pinata.
See Kohaku come out, tears in his eyes.
Oh no, did you... What happened? Oh, he's dead.
I don't think the whorehouses here are like the ones at home.
What happened?
She was very sexually forward.
That's pretty normal elsewhere.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you not know?
I've been to a lot of geisha houses. Okay, I
Oh.
thought I was an expert.
Did you tell her to stop?
I mean, no, I've got my man.
He just feels bad after. This is guilt
This is just
afterwards.
guilt. I understand. This is young man guilt. I get it.
He consented, but he felt guilty because it was too forward.
Understood. Okay. Well,
There's usually a little dance that goes about this. you see.
Kaku, that wasn't your first time, was it?
No.
Passive 24
Insight
insight.
check,
I'm
yeah.
not 24 insight.
You get the sense that Kohaku means he's telling exactly the truth. He means no, it wasn't his first time because there wasn't a time just now.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Understood. All right.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, you just pat you on the shoulder. We should yeah, can you help us find Stan? We need him urgently.
Oh yeah, he's in the
Did you not? He's right.
over there.
I'm gonna knock on the door and be like, Stan, Stain, you almost done?
Oh!
Stain, can I borrow you for a second? Listen, if you're gonna be done in like 15 minutes, it's fine. But if you're gonna be in there for 3 hours, it's life and death.
Like shuffling. It comes out like covered in feather.
That's a good look for you. Stain, listen. I just want you to know, and I kneel down in front, and I conjure up some tears in my eyes.
Well, what the fuck?
You're one of the best people that I've ever known. You're so good, and I hope that the world treats you beautifully. And I hope that you are given all of the justice and love that you are owed for all that you have suffered. And I give him a hug.
What the fuck's going? Why are you? And he cracks.
I just really, really care about you.
You don't fucking mean that. What's going on?
I need to talk to the other guy.
Ah, fuck you. And he shatters, turns into Stein.
Stein. Hey, is that you?
She left. Where'd she go? She left.
Oh, right. Okay, listen. This is important. I know.
Where are we?
We'll explain everything. You're in a whorehouse and that man just did really weird things to you, but you don't have to do it anymore.
Why am I covered in feathers and tar?
Not a lot of time to explain. We have been following leads on Talon. We're working on it. That's part of what this is, but I'm about to deal with another unrelated thing that I might need your help with, okay?
Alright.
I die tonight if people don't get into my dreams. Can you make that happen?
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. You see him starting to crack again.
Oh, hey. I came to you because I thought you would be good at this and that we would...
Yeah, I'm sorry, hold on.
Yeah, I know.
Don't leave. Please don't leave.
No, of course. We'll stay.
He like clings to you.
I
You're
heard
not
from
going
Meg,
to
actually.
leave.
No, of course. No.
It's okay.
I haven't done any of my duties in a decade.
Do you remember how?
If you give me 4 hours
Yeah.
of meditation,
Yeah, of course. We can do that.
I have to think.
I'll make some more tea.
For sure.
He's gonna check for Atropos real quick. Has to go
Uh,
back inside for his stuff.
There's a point where Atropos kind of pops out, and you do see that William is looks at Atropos surprised that they're there, and looks to Stein and says, "Second one's going to cost you extra."
Yes, take whatever. I just give another 5.
Give him 5 gold. Gives you a nod, and you guys go on your
Ending
way.
the session quick. What's up, man? An actor. Is dressed very much like an angel.
Yeah, let's go with that. I'm worried that telling you the truth might upset you, but
Okay.
I'll explain it to you soon. Suffice to say that you were having a very nice time and he was treating you well. There was nothing untoward going on in there.
What does everything hurt?
Because that's what the other guy likes.
Okay.
I asked her to recite poetry, and she said this man from Nantucket was doing horrible things.
I am the little teapot.
Yeah, so I think we try to find somewhere peaceful. I just relax as best as I can. I pace myself out. I try to stay awake for a while, and I see how the next 4 hours of meditation go.
Yeah. So he essentially, it's evening, so he takes his short rest now. which only takes 4 hours. He's going to have to swap out, like his water vehicles proficiency with, I believe, whatever tools was used back at the cathedral to perform a ritual for the dream guide stuff. And we've never really spoken about this, so I don't know if this is gonna work. But this was
Yeah.
his purview, so I'm like, oh, this might work.
I'll say you could give me an Arcana check with advantage.
Oh, Arcana, not religion. It doesn't
You know,
matter. They're
sure.
both. They're literally both the same.
Okay, if they're the same, then it's definitely.
Yeah, I'm just saying
more
religion
Arcana
just
thing.
makes more sense. Oh yeah, Arcana makes sense. Okay, with advantage. I'm so sorry. This is a -2.
Boy, good luck.
Yeah. Does decorum and or the Fae add to
Uh,
this?
The Fae will.
Okay.
That's
okay,
So
good.
+3 with advantage.
okay. Let me add that bonus real quick.
I'll let you know right now. You need a natural 20.
Oh boy.
I should say a natural 20 will be the most effective here.
Okay,
But you will
yeah.
still get some other stuff, even if you don't get a natural.
I was gonna say we have a
That's
lot
right.
of ways to tack bonuses onto
Yeah,
your roll, even
yeah.
if you don't roll a
Mhm.
20 on the die.
Understood.
Cool.
It's 12.
Cool. It's 12.
Okay, let me tack mine on.
I'm trying to see if there's anything in my class at all that helps.
Jupiter, roll better.
So it's been rolling.
It's been 1s and 2s since I unlocked this feature.
Do you want my inspiration for that Arcana roll?
You already have advantage.
Here they have advantage,
Oh.
so you can.
So you could probably do better than 4, but I guess not.
Oh God, can
I know a good head massage. Maybe I'll help you think better.
Maybe. The only thing I can think about, I've barely ever used this ability, but could I, for this one time, use Draconic Presence? Which is not at all related to charisma and intimidation or persuasion. But it feels like a will thing.
I'll give you a 3 with guidance as well.
I will say that Draconic Presence will not be applicable here, unfortunately.
That's fair.
But
Completely fair.
it does bump you up to a 23. So
Did you add the guidance for my 3
Yes,
as well?
yeah, it's dirty
Yeah.
23 after guidance.
Mm-hmm. Atropos, death of dreaming. Does he do anything? No.
Should have enhanced your brain.
You already had advantage.
I already had advantage. Is
Oh,
the problem?
That's what that
I'm
is.
just so stupid. The problem is my intelligence is -2. He's so stupid he can't read.
Poor guy.
So essentially, the reason that I said like you're not going to get anything major without a natural 20 is because
Mhm.
with a natural 20, it would actually let you know of a ritual that you could potentially perform, or at least
Yeah.
attempt to perform.
I'm not a priest.
Right. You're not a priest. You're not in the dream.
I mean, I'm a
cathedral.
cleric.
You don't have all of the resources you would need. You are not as proficient a spellcaster as you would need to do something like
It's
this.
true.
So, like a natural 20 would kind of let you like circumvent some of that to make a crude effort at it. But on a 23, you recall a couple of pieces of information. The main one being that you know that the Dream Cathedral was dedicated to, or was like created by, or somehow associated with Dr. Stein, who was known as the Dream Doctor. And you
Mhm.
know that he was originally from Merveille.
Dr. Stein. There was a statue of Dr. Stein at the cathedral. He's from here. Surely we can find effects of, his effects somewhere around here.
Worth a look.
You
Yeah.
would be aware that. What else do you know? You know that Victor had been researching some of his research was associated with his ancestors' research.
Hmm.
So there's potentially some stuff in his room over in Neverland, though you also know that that was rooted through and some of it was taken by Talon. Yeah,
May I offer a suggestion?
Hmm.
sure.
The Ragman is a spirit. And the
True.
still stones in this province, spirits are allergic to. Could help us
True.
if we could gather a bunch of.
That might help.
Yes, we'll surround them in crystals.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's better than nothing.
Can you swallow some? Will that hurt? Will that hurt you?
I don't know if that will help any more than just being near them, because he's not physically present in this world. He's in my mind. Being
That's
in my
why you-
stomach wouldn't be any closer.
That's why you
Your
should.
ears, though.
I think you should spend the next however long you plan to stay awake focusing on and studying Stillstone and its effects on spirits, so that when you arrive in your dream state, it's likely to be very common.
That's not a bad idea. I like that. I like that. That's smart.
I
The
just
problem is that
realized.
the library is closed, but I can
Yeah.
do it as soon as they open.
A little bit of Stillstone, and I'll let you borrow a pumpkin.
Yeah, I realized a bit of something. I gave myself proficiency in the ritual tools needed for it. I don't know if that adds. Because if it does, our proficiency is currently 4. It will bump this up to by 4.
Yeah, I'll bump it up to 27.
I think that's not enough. It has to be natural 20 for an answer.
A natural 20 over 30.
Yikes! 27. Ah, it's so close.
But that does bump it up to past 25, which I'll give you a bit more information on.
Oh, I do have. Okay, I'm slowly gathering ideas.
I'll go buy some Stillstone.
What level? What's Jupe's max spell slot currently?
4th.
Oh,
Let me take a look at a thing. Fill
Sure.
time for a moment.
I am also currently going through the entire list of 4th level spells and figuring out what will be useful, which has then led me to look through every CR2 and lower Fey creature and what they have that will be helpful, and I have come across a few.
Okay. I don't think any artificer spell, even if I prepare.
Are you able to
Okay.
take Phantasmal Force?
Let me check.
That will not put you into my mind, but it will put a dangerous, harmful effect directly into my mind, which could be allergy stones. What I would love to do is find some way to transform myself into something that doesn't need sleep, and I've not found that yet.
you can
Well-
turn. Go ahead.
Elves don't sleep.
Elves would be good, for sure. Certain satyrs apparently don't, but I don't have a way to turn myself in.
Can you not turn yourself into an animal that does not require sleep?
That's what I was thinking. I could turn myself into like
You're
a
sure?
sponge or a shark or something, maybe.
I've seen those.
The problem is that those have a time limit that will not last forever. I need something indefinite. But that does buy me more time, you're right.
I don't sleep. Perhaps I can teach you some of the meditation techniques I do.
True.
No, that's not gonna work. It took years.
Well, I can learn spells or skills very quickly if I sleep. I don't know if I can also re-prepare my solar enlightenment without actually sleeping. It just says when I complete a short rest.
Yeah, I think especially since your solar enlightenment kind of comes from specifically getting a dream.
Right, I've
Yeah.
definitely flavored it like that before, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shit.
I don't know.
Mainly
Jupe.
the re-preparation process for spells is essentially like, because you're not doing that while you're sleeping, like it's when you wake up you take some time and prepare your spells.
Right.
It's just that you're able to do that. Like technically re-preparing spells takes like an hour or whatever the fuck it is.
I think it's like a minute per spell.
Yeah, it's just that they let you do it during a short rest.
Right. Okay. We sent a paper bird off to Nijo. I'm going to go ahead and do an augury, because we can. The course of action is drop a teleportation circle to Kosetsu Jin and look for Nijo there.
I'll need to ask someone a favor when you go through.
Which way did the paper bird go? I don't think we actually said it out loud. I just put it in chat. I didn't get a chance to bring it up yet.
Yeah, you send off the paper bird, and it goes back out towards the coast.
Makes sense.
Okay. Yep. So he's not here.
Juke, give me a D100.
Oh, right. That's a thing I have to do.
Oh no!
Hell
Guys,
yes,
it is
I
a
didn't-
level 2 spell. That
I
is
didn't
the
think
only
it
number.
would ever happen. I thought I had come up with this
We
for
explode.
nothing.
I really love that Drake probably had like things actually planned for today, and then it was just like, oh, Drake or fucking Jupe's accidentally killing himself, and then it just
It's-
keeps compounding.
Dude,
It's
I've
clock
had this-
o'clock.
Yeah,
I've-
sorry, it's 5:02, everybody.
I've had this like in the back burner for like since the session it happened. Like I've been
God.
just letting it cook. for
I'm
this
so
long,
glad you
and
were
then
allowed to cook, Dre.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, here's the time. Okay, Juke, give me a D100. The result that you see from this is I think you get actually roll a thing. Okay. I think the result that you get is wheel.
Okay, good. I think Niju is there, and if not, we'll know where he is. We're going to have good results if we go looking for him.
Okay.
Do we have a gate there?
Well, this feels deeply, deeply cruel.
Oh no!
Jupe falls asleep immediately, huh? Jupe falls asleep immediately, huh?
Dude, I wish. Jupe, what items are you attuned to currently?
Oh, why would you
Oh,
say
no.
these words to me? Let's see.
Oh, it's gonna be his. It's
The
gonna
Life
be his.
Seed, the Ring of Protection, and the Amulet of Health.
It's gonna be that.
Your attunement to the life seed ends.
Oh, that's fine. You can go.
What's a
fuck
life
yourself.
seed do?
It gives me some passive bonuses to healing, essentially.
Okay.
And lets me do Prayer of Healing once a week, which I've already done.
That could have been worse.
It could have been much worse. For what it's worth, I start trying to reattune to it.
Takes an hour, but you are able to reattune.
Okay.
Why
That's
can't we
one of
have a
those
wake-
things that if you guys were in combat would
Oh,
be
that could have been shitty. Yeah.
real shitty
Yeah,
potentially.
yeah, fair.
If that had been my con thing, that's like 60 points of health that I lose and
Yeah.
don't regain when I put it back on.
Oh
Sure
no!
don't.
Yeah, that's scary.
But yeah, your attunement to one of your items ends randomly.
Okay. Alright. Well, that brings us to our next question. Are we comfortable finding a spot here to drop a portal and go to Kosetsu Jin?
What is this pretty place?
This
So colorful.
is Merveille. We're specifically in the town of Coroner.
That's a ghastly name for a town.
It's not like the person who deals with corpses. It's the maker of crowns, or not maker, but the person who does the crowning.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah.
It's much better than the
I love
coroner.
Stein so much.
I've missed him so much, yeah.
He's back. Yeah, this is fine. This is a major city. We should, I mean, honestly, Seaside might have been more convenient, but I don't care.
Oh gosh.
With that said, the other thing that Stein you get, because I didn't give you that extra piece of information you got
Oh yeah.
from Shish's little buff. I think the thing that you're aware of, or that with some help from Atropos, who will offer it to a degree,
Mhm.
aware that like when you guys were in the dragon's lair, and you guys went and touched the dragon skeleton, and then were transported to that like extra dimensional space. You're aware that people are able to kind of manifest their mindscapes potentially. And Atropos will mention that if Jupe were to allow him to, he could potentially like possess Jupe and forcibly do that.
Mhm.
The problem with doing that is that because of Atropos's nature and Jupe's kind of a distrust of him, but also affinity for being kind of depressed,
True.
he suspects that would make if you guys were all to then come into that dreamscape to help push the Ragman out, Jupe's the negative buildup of emotions would probably make it more difficult.
Yeah. Stein mentions this. Here's the thing. Atropos over here is, as you all know, a spirit of dreams. And he explains that whole thing in a way where it's easy to say.
Okay. I like it. That's not bad.
The
I have-
problem is it gets difficult because, you're so realistic.
Right.
You're just such a fucking downer all the time.
I know.
No, you're
Preaching
a
to the
realist. Yeah, you're quite
Yeah.
the realist. And, dreams, they feed off these emotions quite a bit, or lack thereof. It might make the encounter difficult.
Right. I understand. Well,
That being said, we might have the advantage of numbers in this case because the dream orb only allows 2 other people in.
right.
Well, in this case, there might be more of us.
That being said, the Dream Orb only allows three
that
people
one.
at a time, but it doesn't have like limited uses, to my
Yeah.
knowledge, if I recall correctly.
Do you have the card for that? It's somewhere. Yeah. You can just keep using the dream orb? Oh yeah, so you could just keep adding more people in it.
Yeah. So it would take you guys 2 10-minute rituals to do it.
Yeah. And none of us need to do any of the charisma checks. Right?
Presumably not.
Because Jupe is willing, I guess?
Presumably.
If you guys were going to like try and reshape the dream, that would still cause the charisma checks.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can't succeed. Kohaku could possibly succeed. Because it's just a flat charisma check, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy. we don't super have high charisma here. Okay. We'll try for the dream orb, and if we can't find it, our last resort is trying this. Right?
Right. I have a couple of shorter term.
Plan B.
Yeah, I've got a couple of plan A's and A.5s. First of all, kind of a meta question. Do I think that protection from evil and good would help here? I understand. So it works against possession, but it doesn't immediately expel them. It would just give me advantage on saves. Do I feel like this is a thing where I'm going to get saves, or does this just happen? Oh, never mind. This is a meaningless point. It's concentration, and I would lose it as soon as I fall asleep anyway.
Right. That being said, if somebody else were to cast it on you,
Right.
you
Um,
think that at the very least it would certainly slow down the process.
Good.
Yeah, I
know.
could do it. I just short rested. I can cast the spell.
Wonderful. That is great to know. That might be helpful.
Yeah.
I am still going to, that's plan B or so. Plan A right now is stay awake until I can prepare
Yeah,
new spells.
Don't have to cast it yet, right?
Right, correct. This is going to sound wild, and I think plan A right now is Kohaku's. I've been looking through my notes. I've been looking through all of my papers for Master's thing. There's a spell here that I think could help. I can conjure essentially more dream creatures, other fey creatures that are good at putting things into your mind, things that are so vivid and real that they can actually hurt you. And I don't see any reason they couldn't put things that are hurtful specifically to a spirit into my mind. I need to wait until morning to re-prepare this spell, but I think that's plan A, is Kohaku's plan. I try to put a bunch of illusory allergic rocks in my mind and see if it forces him out.
Very well.
It's the closest thing to a banishment spell that I can muster.
No, I don't know that it being a Kohaku plan makes it wild.
You're right. You know what, Kohaku? It's a good idea. It's a great idea.
It's just wild that you had a good idea about magic, which you don't really seem to know a bunch.
I don't know anything about magic.
Yeah,
I am obsessed with spirits.
That's true.
true.
Yeah.
You can always count on his ability to figure out spirits.
That is part of the reason why I gave him that check before.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, for real.
Kohaku, religiously, people on Tyriku would be aware that, like, hey, spirits don't like Merve for some reason, and that's bad. Like, that's one of the things that causes some tension between Merve and Tyriku.
It's a country of sin.
Kind of, yeah.
So yeah, as soon as I can prepare new spells in the morning, we'll try Kohaku's plan.
All right.
Okay, would you like me to sit with you for a bit? Maybe walk you through some meditation techniques? I don't know if you've done this before.
Find inner peace? No, never for a single minute in my entire life, no.
Perhaps it's never too late to try and start.
Fingers crossed. Hey, by the way, sorry for making this all about me.
No, I used to it.
Wow.
Jupiter, I'd really rather this was about you right now.
Right. Okay.
She keeps that big shit-eating grin up for a second. He's like, no, but that's part of what makes us a functioning group of friends, right? Is that we're willing to help each other with this sort of bullshit.
Yeah, we did the
You got-
vampire thing, I guess.
Hey, you guys have helped me kill 3 vampires so far. I'm very grateful.
Well, I'll
Keep
owe all of
helping
one.
you stay awake for a night is the least I can do.
Has it
Appreciate
been all
I'll just-
three?
No, well, it was like 2.5. 2 vampires and a very fat man who wanted to be a vampire.
Yeah, it's like a vampire cosplayer.
Okay, but yes, the least I can do is help you stay awake. Do you think maybe it would be like good if I just like surprise you, keep you on your toes, like
Grab
that
your
would-
pan and
that would
start
be
banging
good.
it.
That would be good, but let me tell you what would be awesome. A bunch of ginger dishes.
I could probably do that, but also, I could just sneak up on you when you're about to fall asleep and go, bah! And get you.
Ooh, that wouldn't work. I was ready for that, and it still worked.
Ah,
My
Do you
heart's
have-
racing right now.
that's called
do you have-
acting.
Yeah, perhaps you have. Oh yeah, well, I suppose we could just keep scaring you, or we could offer you something stronger than tea.
What, like opium?
Yes, like crack.
Like crack
Cocaine?
cocaine?
I don't know
Sure,
what crack
guys.
is.
I'm sure
Do you
there's
guys have-
opium
Do you
somewhere.
guys have
Doesn't
crack
opium-
cocaine?
Doesn't opium make you sleepy?
I think so, yeah.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
I don't know. I don't know about most
Because
drugs.
because we have painkillers, and I was instructed, hey, don't take this when
Guys,
you're.
I gotta tell you, I've never done crack cocaine, but if I was
I-
ever going to try it,
I feel like if it's a life or death situation, that's the best excuse you have to try crack
Let's
cocaine,
make this
right?
Plan A.75.
Alistair, you're the local here. Do you know where we can find some booger sugar at this time of night?
You got a dealer?
Did you say booger sugar?
Who's
You
your
guys
plug?
You guys are in Merve. This is the land of
Oh,
tea.
true.
They have
Yeah.
caffeinated
Oh.
tea.
Not
So
what
they
I
need
thought-
something-
That's not where I thought this was going.
Yeah, tea has caffeine, but we need something strong, like strong tea.
I've never heard the
it's-
term booger sugar.
It's a
That's
night.
really-
You've never heard that? Oh
it's a
man,
cool thing.
it's my favorite term for
It's-
cocaine.
It's staying up for one night. Like, you guys don't need to.
We'll
Yeah,
brew you. Yeah.
like-
We'll get you
Wait.
some coffee. It's fine.
We don't need to get Jupe hooked on addictive drugs to stay up for one night.
Right, like this is what
Yeah.
this is what real life Feck does every week. Like it's just a thing.
Does Feck have the
This-
constitution of Jupe?
Yeah, he just that's why
That's
he
a
drinks.
complicated
probably
question.
probably
I-
worse currently.
Yeah, probably.
Jupe has a 16 now.
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
Duke
oh,
has
yeah.
great constitution right now.
Well, to
Yeah.
keep him up, we just have to take him by the wrist and the ankles and swing him off the roof back and forth. The adrenaline will keep him up.
Guys,
He
I
doesn't
don't know
know
what
And then
it
I
is
think we
about adrenaline, but when you exhaust a lot of your adrenaline, you get tired afterwards.
And then I think we should
Unless
all
you
crowd
keep-
around him in a circle and go, Nightmare, Nightmare, Nightmare!
If we just keep the adrenaline going, like in that play Crank, it's going fine.
Try edging.
You
So
said
we
try
just-
edging. No, if I
Yeah,
feel
that'd
like
be
I'm gonna
fun.
fall asleep instantly.
I'm
that's
aggressive.
That's why you gotta avoid the end. It has to just continue to edge.
Don't give him ideas. Please don't give him ideas.
Oh,
I'm
it's
aggressively knitting.
Right. So, what do you guys do?
Edge till 6 a.m. and then prepare spells.
Okay. The rest of you guys just go to sleep.
I do my thing because I've already technically short rested. I'm gonna watch him. I'm gonna talk him through this,
Are you
and if he
watching?
gets, yeah, I'm watching you just in case something bad happens. I'm also knitting.
Perfect.
It's okay to send if it keeps you alive, I guess.
All right. So the rest of you
Wait,
guys,
Are you
Everybody-
sitting? I turn around.
everybody except for Jupe gets a short rest. It is now the 7th. Jupiter, give me a DC 5 con save.
Was
Good
I
old fucking one.
was I able to reattune, or there wasn't anything that like, keeps me unattuned, right?
Oh yeah, it's
Cool.
literally just a temporary. Like, you now have to spend an hour to reattune.
Understood.
Honestly, that was. I should say that was that was one of the lighter ones. There's a mix, a pretty broad mix.
I'm gonna go ahead and burn my, because I absolutely cannot afford to fuck this up. I'm gonna go and burn my Fate Weaver, and I think it's like a 18 or some shit like that. Let me see.
Okay, perfect.
I'm gonna swap the kabuki mask to the hand wraps in case that helps.
You get 1 level of exhaustion, but you're able to stay awake.
Excellent.
What if I stayed awake with him? Because I probably couldn't have slept. Anyway,
Do you want a level of exhaustion?
I mean, I
I-
don't, but I think I
You
don't
can
think
avoid
Alistair
the-
would have slept probably.
Yeah,
You can
then,
avoid the exhaustion with DC 10 con save.
No.
No, I can't.
No, you can't.
I
You
agree
definitely
with Trade,
can.
honestly. The sleep and exhaustion rules are so stupid in 5e.
Yeah.
Nobody can actually do any
There are
of the
literally
things.
people in this world who don't sleep. Come on, it's simple.
Yeah, but not
Yeah.
like normal people. Those are
Yeah, anyone
like,
here is
medical
normal.
freaks.
People who magically stay up.
There are a lot of bad systems in this system. The sleep and exhaustion ones, specifically introduced in like Tasha's and Xanathar's, are so bad.
But it's a system. There wasn't any before.
The system should be, sure, maybe you can stay up for 48 hours and then you crash like a normal person would.
Wow,
Right.
excellent heroism, guys.
16, I'm good for tomorrow night too, hopefully.
It's not heroism, it's anxiety. Leave me alone.
Some heroes are anxious.
True. Like mustard.
The best heroes are anxious. Like Rincewind.
Oh, goodness.
Speaking of heroism, what do you guys do in the morning?
I am going to re-prepare spells. I'll get the full list here in a second, but the important one is that as soon as I can, I cast Conjure Woodland Beings. I make sure everybody is awake and gathered around so that if things go wrong, they can help. And I attempt to call forth from the realm of dreams 8 pixies capable of casting Phantasmal Force once a day.
Do pixies eat?
Don't know, don't care. But they can have breakfast if you make some.
How long do they stay?
So how much could they possibly eat?
What a great question. I think it's like an hour.
I believe
Conjure
it's an hour.
woodland beings. Yeah, 1 hour.
Hello, little fairies.
Hello.
Oh, aren't they cute? Look at them.
Is he the one we're here to murder?
No.
Kind of. So here's the deal. You are going to be casting your illusory mental murder spell on me. But the idea is that you're not... We'll let you- So, all those rocks
I'll
that
be
are making
making
you sneeze
spells.
right now, that's what I want you to put into my mind, because there's an evil spirit stuck in my mind, and we're hoping that you can help a victim with phantasmal force.
This place is horrible.
It is. We'll get you in and out as soon as we can. The faster we do this, the faster you can go back to a nice place.
Do you
Alright.
ladies take your tea with coffee or cream?
Tea with coffee?
I'd love
I
some
didn't
tea
mean
and
to say it
coffee.
like that, but I'm buckling down on it. Fuck it.
I like it.
It's the new trend. You drink tea and coffee because it proves you can
With
afford
extra
both.
espresso?
That's actually probably like what Sheesh does. Like he knows that tea is the thing around here, so he makes
Yeah.
tea. He's probably not very good at it. It's not as good as a pot of tea as Alistair makes. Then he's like, what do I offer with tea?
Coffee or cream?
Coffee, cream, sugar, tequila, vodka? Do you put like lemon slices in it? What do you do?
I think I've heard of all of those being added. So
Could I have a thimble of cream with a shot of coffee?
Of course. How big of a shot? Like a me-sized shot or a you-sized shot?
Preferably a me-sized shot, because I think
Thimble.
that a you-sized shot would drown me.
So a thimble of that too, then.
Yes.
Of course.
I gave you a thimble from my sewing kit.
Do you have a second?
Second thimble?
Yeah. I need 2 thimbles.
Probably have a second one, yeah.
So do you want us to cast the spell all at the same time, or one at a time?
I think if you can...
Run a train in his mind.
I think that if you... kind of. Maybe split into halves and do half of you all at once and then the other half right afterwards, so that there's like a good blend between a really intense sensation, but it's not over so fast that he can just bear through it.
All right, we'll do our best.
I appreciate it. I'll see what I can do. And I looked at the rest of the party. There's a good chance that I'm going to take a bunch of damage from what's about to happen, so we'll see.
Yeah, well, just give me the signal to protect you from evil spirits. Pulls out a sensor.
She snapped the linen glove onto his hand. He's like, I'm ready to pick you up if you go down.
Appreciate, and I should be able to heal myself throughout too, but we'll see. Get a couple of good berries out ahead of time just in case. By a couple, I mean 10.
All right. Do you make
Or
any
20.
effort to resist any of this?
No, I let it happen.
All right. Give me a d20.
Oh boy.
Do I know what this is? Is it like a meta check, or is it a check that I'm making in character?
Meta check.
Understood.
All right.
ooh,
Give me 7 more.
Oh boy.
I believe.
ooh,
The real gamut.
It's pretty good.
It's a lot.
I don't know which of these are... I don't know if high or low is good. But I,
I
have
think you're
both
rolling for-
extremes, so you know.
Yeah, I think you're rolling for like the Ragman's int saves.
Oh,
maybe.
that would be ideal. That would be great.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
Oh, I love that. Love to hear that.
Oh, there's only 3 really good ones in that one.
and then yeah, the rest of those kind of suck. The 9 could go either way depending on his modifier, but
So 4 of them get through.
Mm-hmm. So
Boy.
Phantasmal Force is like what 10 rounds of them dealing damage each.
10 rounds of... So it's 10d6 by the end of it.
Yeah,
Give-
times 4 for
give-
40d6.
Yeah, give me 10d6. Well, First, roll 10d6 first.
Nice. Oh, is Jupe still alive?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I have a question when this is all over.
After that, you take. You take 5 points of psychic damage.
Sounds about right. I think I do have to concentrate.
You have to keep the fairies
so-
around.
Um,
Do you need help
It is
concentrating?
so you essentially only take 1 point of damage every. They have to roll a 4+ on the damage roll for you to take a point of damage.
understood.
So it is 5 concentration checks for that. Then
Ooh, this plan might be short-lived.
Do you need help
Yeah.
concentrating?
If you have a way to help me concentrate, absolutely.
Just for 1 minute, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, plenty.
Then, oh, this isn't called Nut Up. That's Stain's version. This is called. This is called Have Hope.
That's so very Stein.
Gun potato.
Add a D4.
Wonderful. Okay.
I have done enhanced ability before you did all of those.
Those don't affect saves.
Those are not effect saves. Constitution checks. Damn it. never
Wow,
mind.
you rolled a 3 and a 6. Unless someone has a 2 inspirations to help you with those 2, it just drops.
I'm looking to see if I have ways to fix any of this. I could have Fate Weavered one, but I have to do that ahead of time, and I'm saving that for the
Yeah.
sleep.
Yeah. Does anyone want to donate their inspiration points? He needs 2.
Guidance is saved. Guys, you
Because
don't
it
have to
burned
give
a
me all
lot.
your inspiration.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
like this.
This-
There's a good chance that this is just gonna happen. It's fine.
Yeah, fair. God, you rolled so shitty.
that was that's unfortunate.
My odds were not super great to begin with, but I did also roll like ass for
Yeah.
all of them.
You didn't this wasn't a bad idea. For what it's worth, like the Ragman is a mind eater. It's got resistance to psychic damage,
That
but it
makes
was
so much
taking
sense.
some damage from that. Essentially, any damage that it was taking, you were then also taking half of that.
I see.
Mhm.
I see.
That's how it was working.
Okay, so we tickled him for 12 damage.
Yeah.
Well, that was worth a shot.
I mean, he's made of rags. How much HP can he have?
I have something
I
that
have
might
questions.
potentially help.
What you got?
Or hurt.
I'll fish out my book of demons and put that on the table.
Oh, that's good. Is he a demon?
Drake, did that count as Phantasmal Force being cast 10 times, which is a leveled spell?
Oh shit.
That did count as it. It was only the first casting of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, it was also the casting of Conjure Woodland Beings.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's
I do need 2 D100s.
right. So first one is a 4. Second one is a I think 2.
2. Yeah.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay.
You've rolled a lot of 21s on the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the-
there's a lot of
something
21s.
fucky going on with my dice, and I'm not somebody who says that lightly.
Feck, throw them out. Throw them out the window. Roll.
You're right.
Fuck it, mess with the algorithm.
Just put your computer in the moonlight.
Yeah.
But don't let your new dice see you throwing away your old dice, because then they'll become fearful that you'll do the same thing to them.
They should live in
Sure.
fear.
You need an example dice.
All right. Well, the pixies all poof out. I'm like, okay. Well, next plan, Nijo.
Nijo, yeah, I think he's our best shot.
Or do we want to do the cocaine? You guys want to do a line real quick?
I mean, we could do a line and then go see Nijo.
Maybe let's do Nijo first.
Okay.
That means we need to pick somewhere to drop a circle, so let's take some
Yeah.
time and pick a good spot. If I survive this, then we'll want to have a chalk circle in a good spot. And if I don't survive this, you guys will want to have a chalk circle in a good spot. So let's take our time.
Right. Well, no, I don't want it anywhere near the castle. I don't like them finding our spots. I mean, I doubt they need them, but I doubt they read.
So I guess for this, is there anywhere you're attempting to put this chalk circle specifically, or yeah, like
You know the
You guys
area better
don't-
than I do.
like even Alistair doesn't know this area great, and it's not like you have any like allies or friends here that you could be like, hey, can we
Right.
use your house?
Yes, we do.
Do you?
Oh, who was it? We were just talking about your dude here. Stein? Or do you have somebody else?
Victor Stein, you mean? I
Yeah,
don't know
Victor
if he-
Stein.
Yes, Victor Stein.
I
I
don't
was
think
just
he
talking
lived
about my
in Cornwall.
privilege.
Your wahoo? Oh, your
His
privilege. That's true.
He can
I haven't
probably get
used
one
it
of
in
the
30
Sin rabbits.
sessions.
Yeah, you know what, Kohaku, give me a persuasion roll with advantage.
Love this. Love this.
Nice, nice, nice.
Uh,
Way to flaunt that privilege.
DC is 15.
Hey,
Okay.
a local noble.
Who do you find here?
They treat me as a member of their social sphere.
You're dressed like it.
What you do end up coming across is there's a point where you're kind of looking around trying to find a spot, and Kohaku, you get bumped into by someone who's like truly half your size, and they turn and apologize, just give you a little nod, and you see what appears to be a much larger than normal, but still appears to be just like a white rabbit, but they are in like a red tailcoat, and they have big gold pocket watch on their side,
I
a
love
little
them.
chain on it.
Oh my God, he's
I'm
sexy.
so sorry.
No, nothing to apologize for.
It kind of looks up at you and says, "Oh, my deepest apologies. I did not realize we were having guests of nobility. Please,
You have.
is there anything I can do to make it up to you?
What's your name?
My name is March.
You
Oh,
have snow white fur in the middle of summer. It's beautiful.
Oh, thank you very much.
You are striking. Anyway, I need to rent a room for a few months. Privacy is pretty important.
Oh, very well. I have some friends who can potentially put you up in a very nice establishment.
Would you like to come over?
Seems very flustered. I would not want to trouble you.
I need to have some way to thank you for all the help that you've been. I'd love to share tea or something.
Oh, I'd love to have tea sometime. Please. And he kind of looks down at this pocket watch and kind of thumps one of his feet a little bit. Says, I'm sorry, I'm dreadfully late. I'll be. Please, quickly this way. And he quickly starts to hop down the street.
I'm pretty sure I can keep up with him.
Oh yeah, easy. Several of you actually have a struggle a little bit and kind of start to fall behind, but eventually Kohaku and Nara and Stein Stein now are able to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. But you manage to catch up. But yeah, Stein, you have a little bit of trouble. eventually led. Well, Alistair, Jupe, and Sheesh eventually catch up, and you're led to a very lovely establishment. Big, grand hall that it opens up into. Appears to be some kind of an inn, though it is clearly intended for like nobility to stay here. Gold trim along the like crown molding, beautiful like rococo pastel colored walls with painted murals and tall like pillars. It's very gorgeous and very ostentatious. And
Nice place.
March comes over and quickly talks to the clerk, and then bows to you and the three of you as or Alistair, Jupe, and Sheesh as you guys catch up, and he starts to head out and says, "Thank you very much. Please enjoy your stay." And he hurries off.
Tonight. Well, how will this do? Looks private.
You said you could rent it for a few months.
Yep, that's the idea.
Okay,
Good enough for me.
sure.
Sharp.
I mean, the alternative, I think, is trying to buy something here, and I don't know if we can buy property, or like literally going off into the wilderness and finding a cave.
You guys, out of character, I just want to say, like, I'm used to being pretty effective, but at this point, I'm basically carrying the whole party. Can you guys wait a little bit?
You've had 2 successful plans so far. I'm so proud.
Alistair, you would know that if you're looking for a cave, there are the mines,
Yeah.
which aren't super far away. They're about like about a half day's walk away.
We don't really have a ton of time. It's a half day's walk, but
Yeah.
there are some mines over at Mount Jub Jub that we could throw a line down on.
Alternatively, if Jupe thinks he could manage, you guys could try and just like push to get to Granny Dinah's. It would take you a couple of days if Jupe could stay awake that long.
Could you?
I'd rather not risk that. I'd rather go back early. Jupiter's worth more than a piece of chalk. I can get more chalk.
What I
Can we?
what I can contribute to this is this. I know that I can stay up tonight with no problems. If I wake up tomorrow and I do my reading and realize that I will not make it through the next night, maybe at that point we just drop it on a tree somewhere. But Dinah's does seem like it would be a permanent, safe place to drop it.
That being said, we are in the center of artificy. Artificy?
Yeah, artificer. Wow, it is.
Yeah, artificery.
Artificery?
Artificery.
Yeah, of artificery. Could we find
Artifice.
Why
It
don't
should
we
be
fight?
artifice.
Oh yeah,
Artifice, yeah.
the center of artifice. Could we not get a chalk here?
Oh,
Let's
we
go
should
get a
check.
chalk. We can see if we could get an orb. I think we tried that already.
I think we did
And
try.
checked for an orb and couldn't find one. If you wanted to do a locate object, you could try,
Mm,
or you could ask around.
we could also. There's a path through Mount Jub Jub. It might be faster to go that way than to go around. I found that out the other day. I just wasn't sure if it was relevant.
So essentially, the change would be that Jub Jub is faster, but there's a higher chance of you guys getting lost.
Okay.
That could lose us time. You
Right.
mentioned before, Alistair, that you traveled to Tyriku through a mirror. Could we perhaps purchase a mirror and get you through to the insect forest or wherever it is your grandma's house is?
Oh, to Looking Glass straight there.
Mm-hmm.
I had gotten the Looking Glass from Chess, though. It's the problem.
But this is where they make it, right?
True.
Yeah.
Alistair, no check necessary. You are aware that looking glasses are made at the Looking Glass house. It's like a magical factory, essentially.
Okay.
Where is
The Looking
that?
Glass house is on the other side of the wood. That's where they make them at. So we could get one from there, and then I guess skip over the Elephant's Field and Nowhere just straight to Dinah's.
How much time would that buy us?
That would save us, oh gosh, a day's travel, day and a half.
Are they expensive? Can we afford one?
You're worth it, Jupe. I don't know how much they are.
Well, that is true. But if we don't have the gold that it takes, then we don't have the gold that it takes.
I have. Wow, this is heavier.
I think we can pool some of our collective money.
Well, I don't. How much are they? Do I know that?
They vary in price just because they vary in like effectiveness essentially.
If we get one that
Um,
doesn't let us go very far, just a
Yeah.
small little jump, it might be cheaper.
Right. They vary in both like the scope that they can jump and also the amount of people that they can take.
We do
So
need.
if you get a one that can take all 6 of you but can't take you very far, then it'll probably be cheap-ish. But if you wanted something that could take all of you a great distance, like all the way back to somewhere in Tyriku or Camelot or something, it would be quite expensive. You imagine a small one, or even if all of you bought some for like a short distance, be
Yeah, just
few-
35 miles.
few hundred gold.
Okay, so we could save some time doing that.
That's up to you guys. It's what, a day and a half to get there? 2 days? How many times would I have to stay up through the night is what I'm ultimately asking.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's see. The Looking Glass house.
You'd get there right at the end of your second day, so worst case scenario, you imagine it would probably be about 2 days.
I know for sure that I can stay up through tonight with no problem.
All
I
right.
think maybe we just go on foot.
Okay.
Throw it down on a tree if we have to before we
Yep.
get to the Looking Glass.
Yeah,
Shall we
exactly.
leave now? Then let's get some supplies and we can leave. Do we
Might
need a
not be a-
guide?
Might not be a bad idea to buy one of these just in case, though.
What's the
What's the price on one of these for a short distance, 200-ish?
We'd have to get to the Looking Glass house to buy them.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Well, we haven't checked if they sold them here yet.
Maybe. I guess they would import them.
Worth
So I
looking.
guess
Well,
it's not
let's talk.
importing, but it's
Yeah.
the same.
This is one of the 3 capitals, right?
Let's put together a shopping list.
Right. Chalk and Looking Glass, right?
Maybe more paper birds are always useful.
Ooh, paper birds.
And just other magic items.
I never can use them, but they're pretty. Yeah, do you have a list of what shops are here that sell things that might be interesting?
I think what's going to happen is I will get you guys that next session.
That makes
Okay.
sense.
But for the sake of this, each of you give me a D100.
Okay.
Wasted.
Another 88. Oh my
Fucking
gosh.
Wasted. Where was that earlier?
Where was that? 99?
Okay, perfect. I will get you guys a list of shops as well as magic items that you guys can look through. I'll try and get that through like before the end of the week, so you guys can kind of like browse before session and figure out what you're buying.
Right. Oh, also
Yeah.
mana potions for Jupe because he can't recover them.
Good call.
Good call. But yeah, thanks for playing. Thank you all for watching today.
Hell
and
yeah.
I believe we will be back on next week as well.
Hey, sorry for making this whole thing all about me.
I
can't
know. I'm
believe-
glad you figured it out. I mean, I guess
Same.
it wouldn't have happened unless you looked him up.
I was gonna say the
Can't
trigger
believe
is
you
also...
cock blocked me, you piece of shit.
You weren't cock block. You were cock interrupted.
True.
It was a
Cock-interrupted.
very It was a very nice coincidence that like you activated the final trap card on yourself and then also
then
realized
also
that you did
realized.
before you went to bed. Yeah, like we can maybe still do something about this.
Yeah.
That's
I-
nice, please.
I almost didn't even bother asking if I could do a follow-up research because I'm like, oh, we already kind of established that it's like a magical thing. I probably just can't do it, and I'm so glad I asked. That would have sucked.
The tension ramped up insanely from our goof dildoing.
Yeah, it
It
sure
did.
did. That was an instant like flip switch.
Yeah, I was like, she's just gonna look up some fairy tales or some relationship self-help books, like an idiot's guide to long distance relationships.
Right.
And then it was like, oh, Jupa's dying even faster now. Always making
Well, I better die faster.